Good morning all and welcome to Dorset Council's licensing hearing this morning. My name is Councillor Emma Parker and I'm Chairman of Dorset Council's Licensing Committee. I will get my fellow councillors to introduce themselves that are on the committee with us today.
Councillor Kate Weller representing Wyke and Rodwell.
Good morning everybody, Councillor Les Fry representing Dorchester West.
Thank you, councillors. I'm just going to elect a chairman first. Once I've elected the chairman, then I will go through everybody to introduce themselves. So I want to make sure that all the speakers that have made representation to speak today are here. And then I'll go through, if any of you need me to explain how the hearing will run this morning. Okay, so can I have an election of chairman, please?
I propose Councillor Emma Parker.
Second.
Thank you, councillors. And just a reminder, when you're speaking, can you all please speak into the microphone? And sometimes it's better if you're closer to the microphone than you are away from it. When you finish speaking, please switch it off because the other person cannot speak through their microphone while somebody has got a microphone on. Okay? Right, I will start with the introductions of our licensing officers.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Aileen Powell and I'm the licensing team leader and the author of the report.
I'm Catherine Miller, I'm Senior Licensing Officer.
Thank you. And our legal advisor we have with us today.
I'm Phil Crowther, I'm the committee's legal advisor.
And Democratic Services.
I'm John Miles, Apprentice Democratic Services Officer. I'll be taking the minutes for the meeting. Thank you.
Morning, Elaine Tibble, Democratic Services team as well.
Thank you. And I will now move on to the applicant. If you would all like to introduce yourselves, please.
My name is Jonathan Smith. I'm a solicitor from Poppleston Allen. Would you like to introduce, shall I introduce everybody else with? Because I'm going to be doing the speaking. It may just be that others will need to answer questions from people. So I'm just taking it in turn. I have Cav Trainer, who is the National Drinks Categories Manager from Bourne Leisure. Sander Weir, sat next to me, Head of Entertainment. Doug Nye, to my left, he's the General Manager of Weymouth and Seaview Holiday Parks. Leon Hudson from Leisure Concepts behind me. Matthew Hayes to my right, he's from RASK Acoustics. Emily Larson from Haven Leisure, part of the management team. And Simon Mills, who's Head of Security also from the management team at Weymouth and Seaview. Thank you.
I will go down through the list that I have of people that are, have given their right to speak. And if you could just raise your hand, say that you're here, that would be great. I've got Mr. Brown. Mike Brown, yeah. Yeah. I have a Mr. and Mrs. Robinson. A Mr. and Mrs. Nichols. No. Now I've got Angela Smith. Mrs. Moore. I believe that's the one that you're reading it on, Catherine. Thank you. Yeah. I got Councillor Dickinson from Weymouth Town Council. Myra Clark. No. Graham Embley. Mr. and Mrs. Baker. I've got Elaine Rundle. Thank you. Mr. Grant or Mrs. Grant. No. Mr. and Mrs. Brown. Thank you. And I've got Mr. Beavis, but I believe I've got Councillor O'Leary here. Thank you. And have I got Richard Madge? Rachel Willett? Mr. and Mrs. Tuthill? Mr. Thank you. And have I got a Joyce Madge? No. Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Tomlinson? Mr. Burrows? Mr. and Mrs. Garrett? Thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Gray? Thank you. Jane Young? And I've got Mr. Walker. Is there anybody that I've missed off of the list that is wanting to speak that I haven't read out? No? Okay, thank you. That will be the order that I will run to the session in today. Just before we go any further, I will just go through some agenda items that we have, which is, do we have any apologies?
Thank you. Apologies for absence were received from Sarah Williams and Paul Harrison, substituted by Kate Weller and Les Fry.
Do we have any declarations of interest? No? Just under the declaration of interest, not really a declaration, but I will say it now, just to make you aware that the three of us have done a site visit. Councillor Weller did her site visit separately. Me and Councillor Fry did our site visit together. We were approached by what we believed to be a member of staff who asked us if we needed any help or assistance. We said no. We were just there for to look at the area for a committee that we had coming up, and we had no conversation. Okay, so just so that you all know that took place. Okay. Thank you. Have we got any urgent items?
There are no urgent items.
Okay, thank you. So the running of the procedure for this committee this morning is that I will get the licensing officer to outline the report. Once the report has been outlined, you will all have questions, if you have any, for the licensing officer, and I stress they are questions that you have for the licensing officer with regards to the report that has been written. After that, we will then go on to the applicant. The applicant will have 20 minutes to outline their report, and we will then ask questions. Again, the licensing team will have a chance to ask questions, and again, you will have a chance to ask questions, and I stress again, it is questions from anything that has been said by the applicant. When that's done, I will then come over to you, all of those that have made representation, and that is for you to add anything to your written representation that you've put in. We have read all the papers thoroughly. We ask that you don't reread your written representation. If you have anything to add to it, you may amplify it, but please, can we not have repetition? If your point has been covered, then, and you've got the answer, then please refrain from asking it again. Are you happy with all of that? Again, as the members, as a made representation, you also get 20 minutes as well. Okay? Everybody okay with that? Anything I need to cover off, Phil?
Said green, red. On the summing up at the end, what is the order on the summing up, Councillor? What is the order on the summing up? I think there's a summing up at the end. Does the applicant go last?
Yes, so you will sum up at the end, and I sum up backwards. So I will be starting with the summing up with members of the public, then I will come to the applicant, but I do always finish my summing up with the licensing officers. Okay.
As I'm only speaking on behalf of a resident, do I have the right to ask questions and to do any summing up? I was led to believe I was going to be acting as the agent, and therefore if the solicitor over there is acting as the agent, surely do I have the same right as he does on behalf of the resident to ask questions?
Yes, you do. You're welcome.
Chairman, I just thought it worth saying to add to the procedure that if the applicant wishes to question any of the people who have made representations at that stage, that they will be given the opportunity to do that, just to make that clear for those who have made representations.
Okay. And just another point, we will be taking some breaks through the I want to say morning, but I'm going to say day. So, you know, just bear in mind, I'm not going to do them to cut anybody off. I'm going to try and do them at sensible timings, okay? But obviously the meeting will resume as it would if we had continued. But I'm just mindful that there's a few of us here today and it's very warm in here. Okay? Okay, right. So I will now move on to the application, which is for a new premises licence for part of Weymouth Bay Holiday Park. Aileen.
Thank you, Chair. I will keep this very brief because it's not really me you need to hear from. This is a hearing to consider an application for an outdoor area at the Weymouth Bay Holiday Park. I do not intend to repeat anything contained in the report, as I know you will have read it. And all the parties have been sent links to the agenda if they are on email, or supplied with a full copy if we've had postal representations. The applicant's description of the premises can be found at paragraph 2.2 of my report. The regulated entertainment will be limited to the spring, summer, autumn season, but there is no similar restriction on the operation of the bar. The plan for the premises has been updated to reduce the area licence for alcohol. This means that the Live Music Act will not apply for a licensed place or an alcohol licensed place. I will caveat that by saying that it could be argued it's a workplace, but that's probably another matter. There have been a large number of representations for this application, with most of the focus being on noise and public nuisance that noise will cause. The applicant has submitted a noise management plan, which was added to the agenda as supplementary material, and which Environmental Protection have seen, and I can confirm they are content with. I have detailed in paragraphs 3.2 and 3.3 of the report what are relevant representations and what are not relevant under the Licensing Act. Some matters that are not relevant under the Licensing Act would be relevant under the planning application, which I believe is under consideration at the moment. Those would be issues such as need for this premises, wildlife concerns, any parking and highways matter, which will be considered by them. The issues relating to noise, frequency of events are related to the licensing objective of the prevention of public nuisance, as are concerns over light. There have been some proposals contained within the representations about limiting the number of events, as well as a wide dissemination of information relating to those events when they're going to occur. We have had no representations withdrawn, Chair, and that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Councillors, do you have any questions for Aileen at this point?
None at this point.
Okay.
Thank you. No, thank you.
Thank you. I won't go through one by one, but does any members that have made representation, do you have any questions for Aileen with regards to the report? No? Okay, thank you.
The noise management, the date was of the noise management plan and the noise report. Exactly what date were they written? Sorry, am I being technically...
That is going to be a question for the applicant, which I will allow if you've got detail there.
There we are. The noise assessment report is dated the 29th of June 2022. It was sent to the council 12 days ago. And the noise management report was sent to the council a week ago today.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, I will now move on to the applicant, and we have got Mr. Smith, who is the acting solicitor. So if you would like to outline your report, then please.
Thank you, councillors. The application it's for a new premises licence, as you're aware, by Haven Leisure Limited. I'm not going to go through the report again. Obviously, it's been detailed to you. The points I would just point you to, though, is the hours. We're looking for 11 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock in the evening for regulated entertainment of various forms, apart from films, where we've asked for 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. on three times a week. Yes, alcohol is 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. from the container bar. The period is 3 weeks before Good Friday, because Easter falls at different times each year. It was quite early this year to the end of October, so we're not asking for all of the year, but yes, a substantial part of the season. The conditions I'd ask you to have a look at, they're on pages 7 to 14, conditions 7 to 14 on pages 24 and 25 of your agenda. They set out the conditions we're putting forward to promote any issues there may be around public nuisance. Now, these were conditions we put forward in our original application. They have not been added to, they've not been amended by either environmental health or police or any other responsible authorities. So that's unusual, actually, when we put an application. You normally get additional conditions, but for any suggestion that we haven't thought about this application, we did think about that application. We thought about it with the hours which we put forward. We have other stage areas which go to 11 o'clock at night, 7 days a week. So the hours and the conditions reflect where this stage is in relation to Fisher Bridge Road and other residential properties. The plan, which I will just refer you to, and Aileen's already touched upon that, the plan, there is a revised plan which we sent to the council, which is, the plans are at 34 and 35. And the plan that we're now relying upon is the one at page 35. And what that did is that removed the area as being permitted for the sale of alcohol. And as Aileen said, had you granted the licence and had that permitted the sale of alcohol, what it would mean is any conditions that you impose would not bite. They wouldn't be enforceable in terms of recorded music. So we withdrew that at a suggestion of Aileen. I was quite happy with that. We would have observed them anyway. So what it means is the container bar that you see there, we're just seeking effectively permission for off sales and then permission for regulated entertainment from the rest of the area. You have, councillors, some visuals which we sent to you of the stage at Caister. They're on pages 182 to 186 of your agenda. And what you've got at page 186 is a before and after shot. It's a visual of what the area would look like if you were permitted to permit us to have the stage in the bar area. You'll know there's a jump tower. I think you've probably already seen it's in construction. There's also an mini aerial adventure area. They're not. You don't need permission for those for licensable activities. They're not licensable. And then we've got a picture of the page 187, you've got the stage area, which is shown. It's a 6x4 stage with some holiday beach huts either side of it, and then you've got the container bar pictures at 188. Now, the container bar has CCTV pointing out of it. We consulted with the police before we lodged the application. It's got CCTV pointing out. We also have CCTV, 2 cameras on top of the jump tower. We use polycarbonate glassware because it's an outdoor area. We adopt things like you would imagine, Challenge 25, full staff training, refusals log. No issues have been raised with the application by Dorset Police. We spoke to them before we lodged it. We already have bars that we sell alcohol from the cafe and the live lounge. So had there been issues around the sale of alcohol within Weymouth or Seaview, I'm sure the police would have made a representation, but there's nothing from them. The stage, you've got the pictures of the stage at pages 182 to 186, and you'll see from the plan at page 35, we've orientated it to the southeast. Now, your environmental protection team asked us to move it 20 degrees, so it was further orientated away from residential properties, and that position you have on the plan is the one that is further for the spin around 20 degrees. Some of the representations talk about potential light pollution. Well, both the back and the sides of the stage area are blacked out. They have a black top, they have a black sides, and they have a black back, so that there is no light escape. You have beach huts either side. You can see that on the visuals, and within the beach huts you have changing rooms, but you also have the sound equipment in there, including the noise limiter that's fitted. So the area is it's an outdoor area. It's an outdoor activity area. It's the jump tower, the mini aerial adventure. Whilst not requiring your permission, they are staffed at all times, and if not staffed, then they're locked, so you can't get in them, and we do full risk assessments on those areas. So why an outdoor area? That's a question I'm sure that will be raised. The park is due for capital expenditure, and we need to keep the park current and attractive to owners and also to holidaymakers. And one thing that Doug has picked up, or does pick up from the owners and guest satisfaction surveys, is that the park does not score particularly highly on activities, the availability of activities. So this is what the owners and holidaymakers, I'm sure not residents, would ask for on site. There's also, however, and this has become more and more, not just with this company, but other caravan park companies I out for, COVID has meant that there is a much greater desire to be outdoors, and that's both staff and holidaymakers feel more comfortable outdoors. And should we be in the unfortunate position we hit a pandemic again, what happened with indoor venues typically is you had to reduce capacity by 50%. So the outdoor areas, suddenly you couldn't have any more than 50% that you'd normally have in, and therefore people look to the outdoor areas. So we've introduced outdoor areas at other parks, Primrose Valley, Thorpe Park, Golden Sands, but the one that would be most relevant and most interesting would be Caister in Great Yarmouth. That does have residential properties about 125 metres away. The actual stage area runs one way. I think it runs facing westerly with a street running along the top, so running west to east. It doesn't actually point away from the residential properties. That obtained its licence in 2020. That is licensed actually till 10 o'clock every night, 7 days a week, all year. It is, as I said, probably the closest in terms of residential, and there's a lot of residential. In 2020, there were no complaints. When it was open, 2021, there was one complaint made to EHO. We've checked all of this. That complaint, however, the EHO wasn't sure if it was a stage or not, but it was investigated, no further action taken. And there was one complaint in June this year. That was about the outdoor area. It was investigated by the council, no further action, and the case has been closed. And that is close to residential, 7 days a week till 10 o'clock. So what are we going to do here? Entertainment on the stage. As you know, we've asked for 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. with the extra 3 nights for films. We could, because it is an outdoor area, it's a workplace, and we can conjecture what a workplace is or not, but a workplace, the guidance does say that that can also include outdoor areas, and that can include beer gardens. So we could do what we'd like to do under the Live Music Act between 8 in the morning till 11 at night for up to 500 people. What we couldn't do is we couldn't show films. We could show films if we use temporary event notices. We've agreed to amend the plan so that any conditions you impose do bite in respect of any music. But I'd ask you to grant a licence, because it's better to have a licence, better to regularise it, better you have enforceable conditions and enforceable licence. You can take action, it can be reviewed, rather than us seeking to rely upon the Live Music Act. The nature of the entertainment, I've got Xander here to my right, but I'm going to give you a brief rundown of what a day would look like, and this would be a typical day. The morning, you'd look at Totsy time. Obviously, that's for very young children. Going into Fairy Tale Engineers, which is storytelling. Dino Explorers, which is a show, followed by the Seaside Squad, Puppeteers, Bingo, quizzes. And after then what the residents will be more concerned about and interested in is at about 3 o'clock, you'd look at having an afternoon movie. And then about 7 o'clock, there would be a vocalist, a singer, typically a tribute act. And Adele, Ed Sheeran, I think they're the particular favourites. And they would do a 45-minute set at 7, stop for 15 minutes, half an hour, and do another 45-minute set, finishing at 9 o'clock. And then 3 times a week, we'd like to do another film. There are a few things I'd like to assure you of, councillors, and also the residents. There will be no football show, no football matches. We don't, not taking a licence out with Sky. We don't actually need your permission to show live sport. I'm sure you'll be aware of that, but that's an assurance you have from us. We can also, because we use a single company to organise all our entertainment around the country, we can tell them what to do and what not to do. And there are certain parks where you do not have sing-alongs, no sing-alongs. So there are no sing-alongs. So you do not have acts that promote sing-alongs. In other words, you don't get the audience to sing along with you. And the same goes for movies, because there's two movies immediately spring to mind. The new Top Gun and Mamma Mia, which would probably encourage people to sing. Those movies will not be shown. It is Disney, Pixar, cartoons. It's commensurate. It's what you would typically expect from a family holiday park. The entertainment is only known to those who actually booked a holiday and staying on site. The general public don't know what's going on. You'd have to book a holiday to be given the week's entertainment, and it changes weekly, doesn't it, Xander? And also, even it could change daily if it's raining. You just won't do any entertainment. But what I stress, councillors, and I stress is every bit of amplification from that stage will go through the limiter. The noise report is here. Very technical. I'll maybe even leave it to any questions if you want any questions about it. But effectively, the background level was monitored. And what then happens is, Matthew said, right, at 3 metres from the stage, at 10 metres from the stage, you can't play the music any louder than this, because by doing that, that means you are not playing the music, that the music cannot be heard any louder than background at the two nearest noise-sensitive points. And they're shown on the plans at Halstock Close and Fisher Bridge Road. Now, one thing that your Environmental Protection Officer said to me is that, well, Mr. Smith, great, it would be nice, however, if the noise limits that you're looking at playing, which are on page 164, so you can play it louder during the day than the evening, it would be nice if you didn't change it and you played the music at the same level all day at the evening maximum levels of 76 dBs, 3 metres from the speaker, 71, 10 metres from the speaker. And councillors, that's what we're going to do. So, in other words, the daytime would be lower than we could play. We're not pushing the envelope. We're not pushing the threshold, ultimately. I'm not going to go through it anymore because I know I've got 20 minutes and I could probably spend 25 minutes in there. However, with the noise management plan, the conditions, we have agreed that the limiter will be set with your environmental health officer. Agreed, set. If there are noise problems, and I hope there won't be, a telephone number is provided, and outside I was also asked if we could provide an email address, which we will, a community email. I wouldn't email straight away. It's better to phone if music can be heard. There will be periodic noise, whether we get a complaint or not. Noise readings will be taken at 3 metres, 10 metres, and at those 2 points during entertainment to make sure, as a matter of course, we're not going over those readings. And there are log sheets as part of the noise management plan you'll have seen at the back. So we'll log those readings, so we have evidence that we're sticking within the limits. But it may be music can still be heard. And if it can, I don't know, it might be a really silent night, or all the traffic might have disappeared off Preston Road. I don't know. But if it can, then if we go to the point and we can hear it, so we also use some active noise monitoring. We actually listen, the security will listen as well as using a calibrated handheld device. If they can hear it and they feel it's too loud and it could be heard in the garden, it will be turned down, councillors. It doesn't have to be loud, this music, because of the nature of the entertainment. So what we've done is we've encompassed everything from the noise assessment report and the noise readings and also the conditions, and we put them in the noise management plan for you. Your Environmental Protection Officer has seen that and she's happy with it. The only comment she did make is it'd be nice for the residents if you just had a single level, which was the evening level throughout the whole of the day, and you didn't raise it, you didn't lower it after 7 o'clock and have it high before 7. Does that make, I'm asking you questions now, councillors, I won't. So we do the monitoring, there'll be no karaoke. The live music, there will be no band. We do appreciate we're close to residents here, councillors, all right? We're used to doing this. And we will keep that management plan, noise management plan under review, and those are all reflected in the conditions. We've received representations. I'll briefly comment on them because I'll probably get the chance during summing up if other issues are raised during questions as well. Disturbance from music, that is obviously the main issue, is around disturbance from music on a regular basis. I'd ask you to look at the nature of the entertainment. This is not Ibiza, Glastonbury, which has been referred to in a couple of the representations. Any music noise that may have been heard in the past has never been through a noise limiter. This will have to go through a noise limiter. We've never had tannoys at this park. There will be active monitoring. There'll be noise readings taken. A telephone number and email address will be provided. And we don't want to, but we can do it under the Live Music Act as a workplace. We'll stick, even if we did, councillors, we would still stick to the hours that we've said to you we're going to do. So we wouldn't go beyond those hours. We still stick to the hours. And there will be conditions attached. You have remedies there. You can review us, you can prosecute us. Some of the residents have suggested the spy ship has a limit of 5 occasions a year that they can, I've got 5 minutes, that five occasions a year they can have outdoor music. There's no such condition on that licence. It's actually licensed, the spy ship, till midnight for outdoor entertainment during the week and 1 o'clock at weekends. Light pollution is being referred to. It's entirely blacked out, the stage. There's reference to noise from beer barrels will be heard, taken down to the container bar. They will only be taken down from the noise management plan between 10 a.m. and noon. So it's likely to open at 11 o'clock, but they won't be taken down till 10 a.m. Noise in the past has been raised. There is, I believe, one residential home on Halstock Close. I suspect they may be here today, we have had complaints to us made via the environmental health officer. And we have put silencers on the air handling units. There was complaints about that. There was complaints about music on the terrace. That was last year during COVID because we couldn't have any entertainment indoors until July. We did have entertainment on the terrace. That has stopped. We've not done that again. We've constructed a sound barrier between the residential property and the service yard. We've then also we agreed not to do deliveries before 8 o'clock. Now, as irony would have it, I believe yesterday morning there was a delivery let in at 20 to 8. It wasn't a licensable delivery. It was to Londish shop, I believe, with some goods for the shop. But at 20 to 8 was. That was wrong. It shouldn't have happened. So if the residents are here, that shouldn't have happened. And we're sorry. That's not a condition. That is a voluntary agreement that we have in place. We don't use tannoys. There have been events in the past, and some residents may refer they can hear noise. We have had events on the David Bellamy Sports Field for owners' events. They've been going back about 10 years now, I think, for owners' events. I think now we've started playing the music through silent discos, so later on it goes through silent discos, but there may have been events going back to 2018, I think one of the residents may refer to. Again, they did not go through a limiter. If we were to hold these events again, we'd look to put them through the limiter in that area. We did have a complaint recently about a Zumba exercise where the Zumba teacher took their speaker outside and started having a Zumba class outside. No limitation. They took it from outdoors to indoors for an owner's Zumba party. Not party, sorry, an owner's Zumba class. That shouldn't have happened again. But these are a few occasions we do play music outside, but any amplification now will go through the stage and the limiter. Questions about disturbance from guests coming and going, councillors. I've sent you a plan of how you get from Seaview to Weymouth. You don't pass any residential properties. It would be madness to walk up Church Road to the top and then go along Preston Road and then come back into Weymouth. That just wouldn't make sense. So you would cross the Church Road track. It sort of starts as a road and then goes into a track and you'd cross over later there. In any event, because the complex has a licence to 2 o'clock in the morning, so you will get people coming back from the complex to their caravans from Weymouth Bay much later than the area closes that we're looking to licence today. Concerns about sale of alcohol when public can access it. There are public footpaths going through the park, councillor, so it's rather tricky for us to say, nope, nobody else can drink there apart from our holidaymakers. We also have holidaymakers who don't necessarily have a pass because they have more limited services, and we can't really stop them using that area either. So we would like it to be open to people. We can't really police that with a pass, and therefore if you are walking your dog or going down to the beach and you fancied a drink, we'd be more than happy to accommodate you. It will be polycarbonate. There will be security in the area. There will be signs up saying no glassware beyond this point. Security will enforce that. There'll be signage behind the bar. You've got CCTV, as I've mentioned already. One of the residents has referred to the fact we had to close all the bars. That was during the seafood festival, which I think may be known to some people as being perhaps on occasions a bit in the town and also some of our parks a bit problematic. That was last year. We had a problem at Littlesea. The bar was closed at Littlesea, and we closed the bars at Seaview and Weymouth as a precaution as well. This year, we actually did a risk assessment, and we hired 4 bailiffs in, who we didn't in the end need, and we were commended by the police for our actions. Just a few last issues, councillors. I know I'm pushing it slightly. Inconsistency, sorry? Have I nearly finished? Inconsistency with the planning, that was comments made to the planning officer back in March. We have been open about this, councillors. We actually put 11 notices up 11, there was one planning put up, 11 notices. We took pictures, we sent them to the council. I myself liaised with the police and the HO before we started. The conditions which we put down were bespoke to this application. The noise report, if you look at the date of the noise report, it was started on the 18th of May. That was 8 days before we even issued the application and before we get any objections. We've done the noise management plan. We did only invite 15 houses to the meeting because we invited 15 houses that we thought were the closest on Fisher Bridge Road who may be affected. But where should we stop? Should we go Halstock Close? Should we go onto the other side of Preston Road, which is a busy road? I just don't know where we should have stopped, so we did the nearest houses. And finally, we're sucking trade out of Weymouth. The Seaview Kitchen's closed at the moment. We've been advertising the bars and pubs in Weymouth to go to. We have flyers for attractions in reception, and we have to actually run a shuttle bus from the parks down to Weymouth. Why would we do that if we were trying to keep everybody on park? We are actually a major contributor to the local economy. I believe we employ 430 people in total at the 2 parks. We want what the residents want, and that is to provide entertainment with no disturbance to the residents at all. Thank you. Was I slightly over? Thank you.
Thank you for that. That was some good detail in there. Thank you. Councillors, do you have any questions for the applicant? I do. You may start then, Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Mr Smith, very helpful. Tell me about the Caister site, please, and the issues that you've had there and the layout of that.
The layout is that the stage points towards the complex. So if you can imagine, the complex looks that way, and the stage has to be put looking that way, so it looks at the complex. There's a container bar there as well. It's an outdoor event area, just like we have here. And then running to the north, there is a road called Holt, H-A-L-T Road. I think we got 23 or 24 objections to that application originally. 23, 24. The application was granted to 10 o'clock. We've had, as I said, 2 complaints, and that's from the same household. We know that from the environmental health officer, neither of which have been substantiated. And that's over 3 years. Well, this is the 3rd year now. Both have been investigated. The environmental health officer couldn't actually tell us where what the first complaint was actually about within Great Yarmouth. Second one was about the stage, but they'd investigated it. They'd spoken to the complainant and no further action taken.
Mr Smith, very helpful. Aileen, can you comment on that one, please?
Yes, Chair. We have contacted our licensing colleagues at Great Yarmouth and they're not aware of any complaints at all.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the noise monitoring report. Are you happy with that?
Do you mean the noise management plan or the noise assessment report? That's Matthew, if you've got questions, sir. But yes, ask them of me first and then I'll answer.
Just looking at what the positioning of the photographs of the devices, they look as if they're on the edge of your site, and it would appear that from the photograph, one looks behind a caravan and one's near a hedge. So does that mean that it's behind the caravan, that the noise is less behind the caravan?
We position them at the point that was the nearest point to the residential properties. I'll have to let Matthew comment on whether that's behind a caravan, so it's less noise. But we can't put them on residential land. Clearly, we've got to put them on our own land. We can't go into somebody else's house to put them there. I suppose we could do, but we didn't ask, didn't think that was right. But Matthew, are you able to comment as to the position of those?
Yes, the positions were selected to be most representative of the background noise level at the existing properties. The key bit is this is the monitoring of the existing noise climate. And so if it is slightly quieter because it's behind the caravan, that would mean that we are setting lower noise limits. So basically it is reducing the noise that we could generate from the site. This isn't kind of calculating the noise level from the site. This is simply saying, at the moment, the background noise levels are this. And we made sure that we did it over a long duration of time so that kind of the effects of winds and stuff could be taken into account. We could still make sure that we had those representative lowest background noise levels.
Sorry, Councillor. So I guess if you had took them away, that wouldn't be a good thing for us necessarily, because then the background noise levels would be lower. Okay. So I should add also on the report, Matthew can confirm this, in terms of the wind direction, when they do their assessment and they calibrate it and the calculations, they assume, councillors, that the wind is blowing towards the reception points, because that's one thing that I'm sure may be asked of us. So it's assumed that the wind is blowing, I guess, it'll be south to north, which is unusual, although I think today it is south to north because of the weather. Usually, I believe here, it's more of a westerly wind you get.
Thank you. I note the temperature on the days you did this test was roughly 16.5 to 18 degrees, so it's a fair assessment for there. But I note that your calculations are predicted in Horstock Close and the areas around there. They're desktop figures I'm working on there rather than planned or actuals.
Yes, because the stage isn't set up, the only way to do it is to be able to calculate the noise levels from the stage to the receptor positions. We use noise modelling, so we have a specific noise modelling package which is used throughout the industry. That allows us to calculate how loud it's going to be from a speaker at a specific location off to a certain angle, so it will take account of the directivity of the speakers. It will take account of any acoustic screening between the speaker and the receptor. It will take account of the ground absorption, the air attenuation, all of these things. We do have a list in there of our kind of assumptions, and we've made sure that they are all on worst case situations. The thing that Mr. Smith mentioned before, that modelling, there obviously is, depending on wind direction, noise can travel slightly further. Now, the way that the noise model works that could never happen in reality is every time it is calculating noise levels from that source to that receiver, it assumes that the wind is blowing in that direction as a worst case. So the results from the model for something that is to the north of the stage or something is to the south of the stage, both of those results are assuming that the wind is blowing towards that receptor. So obviously, couldn't happen at the same time in real life, but ensures that we are looking at the worst case situation for this.
And you'll take into account, because the area the application is for is in a bowl, effectively, with all the residential areas up and around it. So I can understand the community's concern, and that's what we're here to ask, in a way, their questions and their concerns. That noise does travel, wind variations, and the conditions on that time. You were doing it on a dry night or dry time in May, but that could be different in July, August, or September.
So in terms of that noise modelling, it is taking account of the topography of the site. So anything to do with it being in bowl, all that kind of stuff. We've taken the topography data from DEFRA at a accuracy of 1 metre. So the noise model can actually take all of that kind of things into account. You know, this isn't just kind of a hand calculation. This is set up, this is national guidance, this is guidance from the Institute of Acoustics. All of these things have been sort of considered and is fully taken into account within that noise model. It is the main reason for using a noise model in this situation as opposed to hand calculations, because a noise model can be that much more accurate and can take into account the various situations. The results of the noise monitoring on site, it's key to remember that that is looking at the existing background noise level. So that is the existing road traffic and things like that. The background noise level as well is also that consistent noise. So it's referred to as the L90. It is the noise level that is exceeded for 90% of the time. So if, for example, someone was to go near that sound level meter and shout a bit and then go away, that wouldn't affect it. If we were to have sort of a few really fast cars with loud exhaust go past, again, with the length of the noise monitoring that we've done and the parameters we're looking at, it wouldn't take into account. And within these time periods, we wouldn't expect it to change significantly. We've got a nice long survey data. The survey has been done in accordance with relevant standards and guidance from the Institute of Acoustics and from the government and from DEFRA and all of that. So it is all suitable.
We also did the survey in May. We didn't do it at the height of the season when it would be noisier in July or August, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that, for the information there. Mr. Smith, you invited 25 households to your consultation. 15. Is that acceptable, do you think, really? When you look at the level of interest you had at Caister, you had 24, 25 there. You look at the location that you've got around the park there and all the residents, do you not think you'd have been better to hold a wider consultation, and maybe there's a lesson here for Haven?
We did talk about this, myself and Doug, before, and I said to Doug, the trouble is, where do you stop? So we invited, it was 15, by the way, so don't ever estimate it, 25, it was 15 on Fisherbridge. Do we then invite Halstock, and then should we invite Brookside Close, Hollyford Close, then do... I don't know where we stopped. Should we have gone on the other side of Preston Road, which is a busy road, and gone up there as well? With hindsight, what I think we should have done is to talk to, and we will do next time, councillors, is to talk to the local councillors who would have given us a better steer. That's what I would have done, councillors, and hindsight's a great thing.
There's ever an element of doubt, then an open meeting could have been called, even if you didn't have to throw out invitations, then people could have made up their own minds on those sorts of things, because that's clearly been contentious with the number of people that are here and looking at this one. That's it for the minute.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Weller.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your presentation. Just a couple of questions. A clarification. You seem to be saying that the entertainment was there for residents, so residents of the holiday park, but you also said that obviously because the site is crisscrossed by footpaths, somebody who was going for a walk or walking their dog and felt thirsty could go and buy a pint. Now they're not residents, obviously they're dog walkers. What's to stop them buying the pint and then taking their deck chair and going and enjoying the entertainment as well? Because clearly you're not going to be able to, well, to my mind, you're not going to be able to control that. So that's one thing, that is it residents or is it and the casual dog walker? You know, or the kids up the road who are bored and think that Tiny Tot story time might be a nice thing to go and invade. You said, kids are kids. The other thing that concerns me a little bit more, and I do acknowledge the number of local people you employ, and I don't make light of that. It's very important for the Weymouth economy. You know, albeit it's not the sort of jobs that we'd really like, but they're jobs, and that's important. You've had a sign outside the Haven Park for some time saying that you're recruiting staff. And we all know that staff recruitment in the hospitality business is really, really difficult at the moment. Once your entertainment site is set up and you're doing your monitoring and everything else, you're going to need more staff. Are you confident you're going to be able to do that policing and control and everything that you say you're doing? And I don't doubt that you intend to. How confident are you that you're actually going to be able to?
Could I answer the first question? And yes, I think we've recognised that you've been to site, obviously, councillors. It's a bit difficult working out where the public footpath is. I don't think actually the public footpath does run through this field, but I'm a little in the grey. I'm not from Weymouth, you probably guessed. So we do recognise that it's almost impossible, unless we sort of put a fence up you can't see through around the whole place, that you're going to be able to stop people coming down and watching the Seaside Squad. What I would say is it's obviously designed for families, and you wouldn't actually know what entertainment was going to be on unless you're a holiday maker. That's all I can say, councillors. But because of the public footpath that go across this park, we've recognised that is very difficult to do. I guess it's no different there than you could pop into the ship, Spy Ship, or to the Bridge Inn and stop for a drink in there if you wish to do so. We do actually own the land, however, that the stage and the bar is on, so we're responsible for that, which is why we've got CCTV coverage on it, and we've also got door staff there, risk assessments done. So we own that actual land. It's more the footpaths that cross it, and I just think it'll be almost impossible to try and stop somebody taking a peek unless we put some sort of rather nasty, ghastly fence around it so you couldn't look through it, and only admitted people who got a holiday pass. So that's an answer to that. I think I've acknowledged, Council, we just can't really do that. But as I said, it's no different than what a pub could do. In terms of the employment, I think there are 100, to be fair, full-time jobs here. So whilst you mentioned these may not be the jobs you'd like, there are at least 100 full-time jobs here. I'll probably have to ask Doug to answer the recruitment crisis that he may be or may not be experiencing at the moment. But in terms of who's actually going to be looking after the entertainment on the stage, they're going to be more sound engineers and entertainment team. And the idea is that it'll be the security who wander around the park anyway. They do nightly trips. In a golf buggy, they drive around, and those are the guys who'll be doing the actual handheld monitoring of the noise levels. But I'm probably going to have to ask perhaps Xander, who looks after entertainment, and Doug, the general manager, about the recruitment issues he might be facing.
Thank you, Councillor. So the recruitment situation actually is positive at the moment, and those notices have been up there really to try and drive kitchen team members. That's where in hospitality we are struggling most to try and find chefs, kitchen porters, etc., and things like that. As I say, we have Seaview's kitchen currently closed at the moment because we have no chefs. But that's why we're promoting restaurants in the local town. In terms of the entertainment side of it, we have a resident entertainment team. To take on the stage, we need circa 1 to 2 extra team members. And what we would be doing is just adapting what our current programme is to incorporate the stage accordingly. And then in addition to that, as we've already mentioned, we will have visiting acts, tribute acts, which are obviously not part of my team, but we manage their joining of the park and their production.
Yeah, just to add to that, we actually do a national recruitment for entertainment team, and we're only looking for 1 or 2, and we're fully recruited nationally, so we don't see a problem going forward.
It might be slightly different with sound engineers and entertainment people than waiter, waitresses, etc.
Mr. Nye, tell us about your experience there and how you manage antisocial behaviour on the site, and how many reports have you had accepting COVID and that over the last year or so?
So in terms of how we operate antisocial behaviour, and this is across both parks, we have a security team, park safety team, that are with us, and I have Simon behind me, who is our head of security. We operate 24 hours a day. We have circa 75% of the team are SIA qualified, so they are fully licensed. And then in addition to that, we have what we call door hosts, and they literally just check people's passes. Our team are trained to deal with antisocial behaviour, whether it be through the Challenge 25, refusal to serve, etc. And our security team are resourced with radios, so they're all interlinked. We operate a site patrol of the evening, so that's a mobile unit that goes across both parks. We provide a telephone number for our residents, so our holidaymakers and our owners, and they can ring if there is an issue, and they do get reported. And that goes through to our site office, and then that gets logged, and then it gets radioed through to the patrol. They then go and attend that situation and make the necessary assessment. We do deal with a whole host of things. It could be lost children around a big park such as ours, to people that have perhaps consumed too much alcohol in not just, say, a venue, but perhaps in their own caravan. And we will deal with, as I said, one thing after another, and it's all logged. And then at 6 a.m. in the morning, I get a report that logs every incident accordingly.
We do also have CCTV covering the whole park, which I think is monitored at both gates. So both at Seaview and Weymouth, there are CCTV monitoring points, so it is actually being watched. And then I think Doug's already referred, we have a mobile patrol as well. You tend to get most issues, probably not surprising, within the caravans themselves as opposed to the licensed premises.
Can I just add? Just one last thing, and Haven have introduced for the first time this year body cameras to the security team, which will be deployed if they feel it's the right thing to do, and that's a company thing rather than a park specific.
And I should just add one other thing. We do also risk assess, so we did recognise that the Weymouth Seafood Festival might pose some unique problems this year, which is why we actually employed additional bailiffs, because bailiffs apparently can remove you from site legally. So we did recruit those people. A full risk assessment was done. So we do also look if there are perhaps unusual events in the local area. And as you know, I mentioned before, we had to close Littlesea, Seaview and Weymouth down in 2021 as a result of that.
Thank you. How often have you needed to refer to the police or call the police in? And, do you, for more serious incidents, do you have many, and have you called them in?
Are these alcohol related or generally, sir, do you mean?
We seldom have to call upon the police. I think the most notable time might have been around the time of the closure of the parks last year, around the Seafood Festival time. And that is the point where Jonathan said we were commended by the police in the actions that we took, and we diffused any kind of potential situations. So I can't give you how many numbers off at this moment in time, but it is very rare that we have to call the police because our team are very experienced in dealing and diffusing any potential situation. I would add that I think a lot of the day-to-day stuff tends to be domestic within caravans and disturbances. And I have also done a night patrol with the team to experience what they deal with, so I can understand it better. But what I would say is even with the Seafood Festival dates that have just gone by, the old dates, the 8th and the 9th, the Littlesea General Manager and myself were in liaison with the local police, so they were aware of all the measures that we were taking. So we work in close liaison with them. We have a very constructive relationship with them.
One final thing, sorry, just get back to licensing. The Dorset licensing officer responsible for the park did actually walk down, meet with Doug before we submitted the application, so she was aware and was aware of what we were doing.
Thank you. Mr. Knight, tell us about the procedures for dealing with noise complaints from the community. How would you deal with that on a day-to-day basis?
If I address, so there's the noise management plan, which we're going to be using. I think we spoke about this last night. What will happen? A resident today also asked for an email as well, which we don't think is a great way. If you can hear music at night, probably sending an email is not ideal, but there is a mobile phone number which will go through to security, that's right, and that will then get reported into the to the technicians at the stage to say, look, somebody can hear the music, and then somebody goes out with a handheld calibrated bit of kit that they go out to actually the two noise points to check whether or not it's too loud. But it's not only that, and it's referred to in the noise management. This is why I'm answering the question, because I was fully aware of what was in it. That it's not just about what figures on the decibel reader. It's also about taking some actual active noise reading, so actually listening. Is it too loud? Right, it might not be on my handheld kit, but is that too loud? Does it need to be turned down? But Doug, I don't know whether you want to answer any more on that. So
I think the question was very much around how do we manage kind of the complaints logs, in addition to what Jonathan has said. We have had some complaints, and it was alluded to earlier that there is we have a resident, may well be in the chamber today, around the delivery times of some of our goods and noising from air handling units. And we work very closely with the environmental health officer, Emily behind me, who is my park safety officer. She has and owns that relationship with Jane, and we are very proactive in what we do. So we've had another resident that was concerned about some trees overhanging their garden, and they came around and spoke to us, and my head of facilities went straight round there, agreed that we need to take some action, and the gardening team went round and made good what was requested. So I think in the year I have been at Weymouth Bay and Seaview, there have not been many complaints from local residents that have been brought to my attention. And what we will operate is, and we record a log of all our complaints. The extra bit that we're going to do now is with the introduction of the mobile number in the public domain for local residents. It will mean that Simon's team in security will now need to log any call that comes in on the nightly report, and then that data will then get fed into Emily, who holds the master spreadsheet. So that's an additional step that we're implementing with regards to this application.
Do you hold regular community meetings and consultation meetings and community engagement meetings?
No, we don't, Councillor. The levels of complaints, certainly that we've had and that have been passed on to us by the environmental health team, if you like, I guess wouldn't merit that. Obviously, we've had a lot of objections to today's application, but we have had a resident, and I addressed the air handling units, the delivery times, the gate, the music from the terrace. We believe that was from one resident, but this is not a part where we've had pages and pages of complaints, councillors.
Major establishment in that area, and it's always better. Community consultation and engagement is by far the better way, because had you had that for the 2 years previous, we might not all be here now, because you could have possibly have worked with the community on those sorts of issues.
We haven't really had the issue, sorry, so this is what I'm trying to say. Had we invited local councillors and spoken to them, and that's with hindsight, as I said, because I think wherever we stopped the letters, we'd have been criticised, wouldn't we, whichever road we stopped. But had we spoken to the councillors, and for that we should have learned, then it would have been a better way of doing it, as well as inviting Fisherbridge Road. But that's one we'll take away, Councillor.
Is that everything? Do you have any further questions, Councillor Weller? I just want to go to the bar opening times. Obviously, on and off sales of alcohol every day between 11 and 2300 hours. Is that bar going to be open permanently between 11 a.m. and 2300 hours, or is it only going to be open as and when you have events on that particular site?
It'll be weather dependent. Councillor, it'll also be dependent upon if the stage is open, but I wouldn't rule it out, perhaps a nice crisp October day, it being open then as well. But certainly during peak, during the times that we've applied for this application, if the stage is open, then the bar would also be open, councillors. Say it will be open at all times, every day of the week. I couldn't say that, but the weather you'll appreciate with an outdoor bar, you wouldn't open it in December or January. It might be a bit cold, probably, councillors, unless you wanted a mulled wine or something like that.
And just another point to pick up on, another thing that when I did the site visit that just concerned me of the location was the jump tower. The fact that the jump tower was going to be in a location where there's a bar and there's a stage. I'm just thinking, is it going to be closed off at any time if there's an event on there, any certain events, or is it going to be, you're going to do a risk assessment and see how it unfolds?
You won't be surprised to hear that these jump towers are risk assessed to within an inch of their life, councillors. You won't be surprised to hear that. And if it is always staffed. So you can't just, as a child, you can't just go on it, or an adult and suddenly decide you're going to jump off it off your own volition. If it is not in use, it is locked away. Sorry, it's locked up and you can't access it, councillors. Okay, thank you. I don't actually have any questions because all of my questions have actually been covered, and a lot of it was around the noise and the noise management plan, and you've covered most of that for me, so thank you. Councillors, do you have any further questions? No? Not at this moment. Not at this moment, okay. I'm now going to, we can go either way. We can either take a break now, or I will move on now to see if the residents have got any questions for you. Any? Nothing from you? No? Okay. Right. Okay, bear with me a sec. So are you happy that I go through to questions? Yep. Is that better?
I was just going to say, I'm either going to move on to the residents to ask to see if they've got any questions, or I was going to take a break. But if you're happy, I will take a break after you've asked the questions. Okay? I'm going to go down through my list of that I have. If you have no questions, that's absolutely fine. But at this time, it is questions only to the applicant that will need an answer, not statements. Like I said, you will get your chance to have your say, and also you will get your chance to sum up at the end as well. Okay? So I'll go down through the list. If I miss you out, please do give me a shout, because I didn't tick off who wasn't here, so it was my bad. Right, so I'll start with Mike Brown. Do you have any questions? Okay, thank you very much. I'll go Mr. and Mrs. Robinson. Do you have any questions for the applicant?
Yes, I've got two questions, and my husband has one. What proportion of your staff are permanent, and what proportion are actually seasonal?
Approximately 25% permanent, 75% seasonal, although some of the seasonal will probably return year on year. Often return.
So 75% of the staff are seasonal, and you talk a lot about staff training. So, and when complaints are made, the answer is always about the quality of staff training. How are you going to ensure that your 75% of the staff are effectively trained to manage this new development?
These are very valid questions. So any new employee that joins Haven has to go through a rigorous onboarding exercise. It's all online, and they have to go through all of that training before they start their first day at work. When we start to look at some of the activities that we offer, they get properly trained. For instance, the jump tower today, we have external people doing all the training for the team there now. And we are also subject to health and safety audits. We are subject to a number of audits externally as well. So the training is a very rigorous part of our operation, and is actually at the heart of our operation.
I should just add, in terms of the security who would be taking the calls from and logging any calls if there was a complaint, they are generally permanent, they're less seasonal.
And my second question is, you mentioned that records of complaints will be kept. What are you going to do when you've got all these records of complaints? What is the impact?
If we are having lots and lots of complaints, then I would anticipate that the Environmental Protection Officer will be down. We will have to review it, or Doug will see them each morning, and we'll have to review the level at which we're playing the music, because if you can hear it, that's going to mean one thing for us. You're either going to review our premises licence, or we're going to be slapped with a noise abatement notice, and that isn't in anybody's interest. So Doug will see them. That's the beauty of it. And we'll have to take the appropriate action, which councillors will mean turning it down from turning the noise limiter down. We'd probably get the environmental protection team from Dorset Council out and say, look, we've got these complaints, could you come out and listen to it, and just, we need to make sure we're in agreement as to what level we're playing the music at. We need to live side by side with the residents.
I have one question. It concerns the modelling to predict proposed entertainment levels. I'm gratified to hear that the wind direction is towards the receiver, effectively. But what wind speed did you use? Because the wind is quite strong in the southwest, as you know.
The noise modelling is based on a speed of 5 metres per second. It's important to note that the wind speed and the effect of that sort of varies depending on the distances that we're looking at. So at kind of 1 to 200 metres, it wouldn't make a significant difference. But it's all done in accordance with the guidelines for noise modelling, which is taken by the Institute of Acoustics. So we've simply followed that standard.
So if the wind was higher, which we know it is, you can assure us that the noise levels won't increase. They won't travel further, can you?
Well, first of all, just first of all, we've agreed, of course, at the suggestion of the Environmental Health Officer, that we will actually go with the lower readings during the daytime, so we're not pushing this. If you like, there's some leeway there. I think the average wind speeds, do you want to just have a look at those? I think the average wind speeds were within the 5 anyway, weren't they?
Yes, in terms of the noise survey, it was all within the 5. We wouldn't expect, with the distances involved, if the wind speed was significantly higher, for it to be significantly louder from the stage at the residences. It may travel further, but you still get more mitigation to houses that are further away. The important bit to note is that the noise limits are set at the houses. We have set limits at the stage as well, because the noise limits that we have at the houses are generally very low, so very tricky to monitor because it will be affected by all the other noise sources around. But that is where the kind of the line in the sand is. It's at the houses. If there was anything with the noise modelling that suddenly suggests, well, actually it's louder there, then the stage noise would need to be turned down.
So it's also why, because we're not just leaving it to chance. We'll also do the nightly readings as well, daily and nightly readings. We'll do those at the start of each entertainment. And should it be that there's some unusual weather conditions that are some way impacting on the music levels, that will be picked up during both the noise monitoring on the handheld devices and the active listening.
Questions on that one, will you? Councillor Dickinson, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Just a couple of questions. Would you consider stopping the films at 9 p.m? And which 3 nights have you got these planned for? And do you, with the jobs that you offer, do you offer any management courses so that these jobs can be better paid, so that we can improve the things for people in Weymouth? The level of pay for a caterer, what are you offering at the moment?
I'm not sure how relevant the third question... I'm not sure relevant the... OK, thank you. Right, I'll leave it to these guys, but it's not relevant to the licensing objectives. So to answer the question of the films, sorry, the thing is, this is unusual because the films, no, we would like to play them at 9 o'clock, because if we play them at 9 or if we're playing them at 8, they're still going through the limiter and they're still at the same level to make sure that we're not disturbing anybody. So no, we would like to maintain the application for the later films. I know that Weymouth Town Council, to be fair, I think put forward a suggestion that we could reach an agreement of 9 o'clock. We would like to maintain those later films. The option for us, being blunt councillors, is we could apply for temporary event notices during the peak season for 3 times a week and actually cover the entirety of July and August under temporary event notices, which actually don't have any conditions attached. So it's not a threat, but it's a fact. That's what we could do if we wish to do so. So no, we wouldn't wish to do that. Do you wish to answer could I just ask whether I wish to answer the question about financials, councillors?
Yeah, I'm more than happy to answer the question. So yes, we do offer training courses for people to advance their careers through Haven. And there are a number of people. One individual is here today that is going on a course to become a head of department. And there are other people moving up the ranks as well. So we absolutely promote that. And in terms of how much we pay for kitchen team, Weymouth, and I include Littlesea in this, are paying £12.50 an hour, which is more than any other Haven Park nationally, because of the acuteness of the problem we have in Dorset.
Thank you. Any further questions? No. OK. Mr. Embley. Did we have Mr. Embley here? I think we did we? No? No. Do we have Mr. Clark? Oh, Mr. Embley. Oh, you're there. Sorry.
Is it Graham Embley you wanted? Yeah, sorry. Okay. I'm Graham Embley. I live in Holcombe Close, Preston, next to St Andrew's Church, and it is very close to the Haven site. And I've lived there for about 35, 40 years, roughly. I came here today fearful of this plan after listening to the statements from this Bourne Leisure solicitor and their team. It absolutely horrifies me even more than I thought it would. There are more than 2,000 mobile homes in Preston. Sorry, I'm sorry, I've misunderstood you. Sorry, because your microphone doesn't pick up very well, people can't hear you very well, unfortunately, so there's mistakes being made. I want to make a statement later, yeah. But I don't have a question at the moment, thank you. Okay, sorry, but we can't hear you very clearly. Thank you.
I didn't think I needed it. Okay, right. Mr. and Mrs. Baker, do you have a question for the applicants, please?
I'm very interested in the reporting back of Caister because it's only been cited there since 2020. We've had 2 years of on and off COVID, and you're saying roughly in 6 months you've had 1 complaint. Also at Caister, what time do the films finish?
There's 2 responses to that. The films are 10 o'clock because we can't go beyond 10. We actually have had to do more entertainment outdoors during COVID than we would normally. So actually the propensity of outdoor entertainment has been greater during COVID. Indoors, we haven't been able to open some indoors, or instead we've had to be at 50% capacity, councillors.
So the films can finish at 10 p.m. My question is, why do they have to go on to 11 at Weymouth Bay?
The programme typically is that the acoustic, the live act will finish at 9 o'clock, and then at 9 o'clock, I think I spelt this out earlier, that then at 9 o'clock you'd look at a film, finishing at 11 o'clock, so a 2-hour slot for the film.
And I take it that all these films are under 12 because of the age groups that use your facilities?
PG or U?
And Haven Caister has a sound limiting unit?
Yes.
Set at decibels?
So I have that to hand, but I could try and find out in the break if you wish me to do so, councillors. Obviously, it depends upon the noise assessment report that was done then and the topographics of the area and the wind speed. I could try and find out if you were interested, councillors.
I don't particularly need to know the information. Are you content? Useful to have it? Yeah. If you've got the decibel to hand. Yes.
With regard to decibels, I'm very confused at the moment. Are you saying that you've agreed with the Environmental Health Agency that, what are they called? Anyway, they're going to run at 71 and 79 decibels throughout the day? You said that in one sentence, then you said you'd agreed to go to a lower level of 49 or 50, whatever it is. What is the decibel agreement and what is the limit that Dorset are putting on it?
So what we've agreed, so if you have a look at page 164 of the report, your agenda, which you have the 2 readings which on the modelling we could play the music at, and you'll see 3 metres from the speaker between 11 and 7 p.m. We could have it at 79, reduced to 76 after 7 o'clock. And at 10 metres from the proposed stage area, 74 and 71. What the Environmental Protection Team suggested is that it would be sensible, rather than you pushing the envelope and doing it to the maxes to allow some leeway, and we've agreed to this, is to have 76 dBA 3 metres from the speaker at all times from 11 a.m. and 71 10 metres from the speaker. So in other words, we're downplaying it 3 dBA. That will then translate into lower readings that you're looking at the boundaries when you're doing the noise readings as well from your handheld calibrated devices, councillors. It's complicated, I know. The Environmental Health Officer has seen this noise assessment report.
That's clear now, but I also have questions about reading around decibels. 50 to 60 decibels of noise is considered harmful to hearing, and there are no recommendations for limiting that on adults. However, for babies, infants and toddlers, 55 to 60 decibels is the maximum recommended exposure limit, and that's on a national site. I'm just saying. I further would like to ask why, when we live 300 yards from the main entrance, but not on any of the roads mentioned, and we can see your entrance, and we really did enjoy your Jubilee celebration, which I appreciate was in front of the main entrance. Why is it that we are considered not to be neighbours? And you can smile, because I talked to you in reception about this. All the residents on 7 acres can hear Haven at times. Now, we don't know what that's going to be like with limiters, but we would like to be included in that neighbourhood community.
Yeah, we did speak about this, and I come back to the fact if we'd invited 7 acres, then was it Maunsell Drive and probably Brunel Drive, then be upset we hadn't invited them. So I don't know where we should have stopped, and I think it's the third time I've said yes, the better idea would have been to have engaged the local councillors. So yes, I guess that the answer is we will engage you through local councillors, or we can't technically, I think, use your email addresses to start emailing you for GDPR purposes, and I'm sure you wouldn't like emails starting to come to you. But in terms of the phone number, the email address, I'm going to be guided, if you're minded, to grant the application as to how we were to disseminate that to local residents. You obviously have the email addresses that you could send the telephone number and email, because we're going to set up a community email address. We'd probably ask the council to do that. I don't think it's appropriate for us to be using email addresses that we gained through the application process, councillors. But I think I'm going to have to be guided by your solicitor and your GDPR team on that. So we will engage with the residents. But we are in this position where do we stop inviting people? In terms of the noise you could hear, yes, we did write to everybody about the Jubilee party. It was the Jubilee, after all. And it was held close to the entrance, so that's a lot closer to Preston Road than you would have than the stage is. It's a couple of 100 yards closer to the entrance, councillors.
Sorry, were you talking? I do have one further question, and this is about dates and times. We've covered times. We're not going to obviously be able to see anything closing before 10 on the films. But why 3 weeks before Good Friday, and why not the last day of August? Because that will ensure all bank holidays and school holidays are covered, and it will give the venue ample scope to provide the additional entertainment that it feels it needs to and currently lacks.
So the start date, it's a tricky one. I think Easter was really early this year, and I think Easter started 2 weeks before Good Friday, but then there were some schools even broke up a week before that. It tends to be, perhaps private schools tend to break up a week before that. So that's the reason why it's early. Later on is to cover the October half term. So typically the October half term falls, I think, in about the last. My children are quite old now, so I think, is it normally around about the 21st to the 30th of October? They're at university now. But yes, that is to cover half-term councillors.
Do you have any further questions?
My husband has.
Yeah, just one last one. Regarding the logging of complaints, who will be able to access them and how, as self-policing is rarely effective?
Doug may be able to answer that. It's obviously will be logged by security. Doug will get a report, as will your management team as well. So do you need to confirm that?
Yep. The call will be taken by somebody in the security team, and then that data will get recorded on a central file, and it will be available to myself and my senior team.
Policing and in-house and nobody else can see it, so you can do whatever you like and say there was no issue.
Well, we could do. What normally happens is, though, that we normally get complaints logged to us and through the environmental protection team. So they normally come via that direction as opposed directly to us from residents.
Can I just, I think, can I just add to that point? We will take complaints direct and we will do our best to resolve them. They don't all need to go through the environmental officer, but either way, it's in my best interest in answering and resolving all complaints and not ignoring anything. I actually need to see any trends that are forming so I can take appropriate action.
Yeah, what I've heard from you is that anything that happens in-house you'll be able to deal with, but the only way we have got of making sure that people understand what the problems are, other than yourselves, who will deal with it yourselves, is to go immediately and directly to environmental health. So that should be the action for all of us, really.
The only thing I would say about that is that experience, I can't speak for Dorset, is environmental protection teams probably aren't going to come out to you straight away on the evening, and therefore it's better to come to us and log a complaint with environmental protection. I'm telling you how to do it here, really. I would do both, tell environmental protection about it, but also tell us, because they're not going to come out there and then with the emergency team and see us.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. I have got a Mrs. Rundle who had a question.
When you did the noise assessment report, you essentially measured the noise background near the residences, took a level by the stage and propagated that down and said those levels are similar. Those models are quite variable. Did you consider just playing the instruments and movies at the time so that you could actually tell whether or not there was a problem? And given you may not have done at the time, are you planning to do that before you start playing the music for real? Because you will know then whether there's an issue or not.
The difficulty we have is that we don't have a stage there now, so we couldn't show the films. We couldn't do a real life one because we don't have a screen there at the moment. So we couldn't do a real life test, so we had to use the modelling. What I would add, however, is that there's a commitment in the conditions that as and when we're ready to go, if we have the blessing of the licensing committee to do so, that we will set the limits with the environmental health officer.
Yeah, the other issue is what level you actually set the delimiter at. You know, you won't know whether you've set the right levels or reasonable levels until you can actually measure at the properties. And so how's that going to be done? At the moment, you have levels of 71 and 76 dBs, but particularly at the low frequency end, that may turn out to be way too high, and residents will tend to hear the bass from drums, and you won't know until you start doing it.
We're getting quite technical on frequencies. I'm going to have to pass over to Matthew at this stage about the noise compression system. I think it keeps all frequencies down, but I'm going to pass over to Matthew.
The limits at 3 and 10 metres from the stage are just looking at a dBA limit for simplicity, but the limits that we have set at the houses also include limits at 63 Hz and 125 Hz to control bass noise levels. The calibration of the system is to take measurements in front of the speakers and to set it that, and then to go to the houses to take measurements there, or the boundary of our site, which would be slightly closer to the stage. So whilst we're able to keep on our site, we also make sure that if anything, it's worst case, because we're slightly closer to our noise source than anything else. The measurements of that location are quite tricky in terms of the noise levels from the stage are around the same levels as the existing background noise levels as we've set it in terms of the Institute of Acoustics guidance. But the key bit is we are limiting the low frequencies as well. We are doing a calibration in terms of taking actual noise measurements at the stage. We would also take actual noise measurement at the houses as part of that. This, my understanding, often does certainly, we invite the environmental health team down because we can't guarantee that, but that they would come, but usually they do, because that allows us to actually calibrate it with them present so they can also confirm that they're happy with it. Measurements taken. That would mean that if there are any slight discrepancies within the model, that they would be taken into account because of the actual measurements undertaken on site. But the reality is the model is always done within the guidance, for the national guidance, to make sure that it is looking at the worst case, that where there are these kind of tweaks that could change, that we are over-predicting instead of under-predicting. But the calibration will allow us to take that into account if there were any.
The proposed condition 13 in our application makes it quite clear that a limit would be fitted in agreement with your environmental health protection team.
Any further questions? No? Okay, thank you. I'll move on. I've got, was it Mrs. Grant? Did Mrs. Grant, do you have a question?
It's just in relation to the situation at Caister. In response to a question, you said that Caister is only allowed the licence until 2200 hours. Please, could you explain why that is?
I believe at the hearing, we agreed to cut the hours back to 2200.
Thank you. I just wanted to get that on record.
Thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Brown, do you have any questions for the applicant? Yes.
We have a few questions. How do you regulate the noise from 500 people? And given that films of a U and PG status are screened after our Tribute Act from 9 till 11, it sounds quite ludicrous. And how do you stop sing-alongs? You mentioned Disney. Frozen is Disney. Have you heard a party of kids singing Let It Go?
So to answer your questions, obviously we're conscious of audience noise. One of the reasons we're not showing football, so we've agreed to no football. There will be, because we hopefully we'll have a screen, there will be signage on that screen or notices to those watching to respect neighbours. And I'm going to let Xander answer this one, but all of the acts, as I understand it, are booked nationally. So the same company books acts which go from park to park to park to park. And some parks have a no sing-along rule, and some do not. So we control where the sing-alongs are in terms of the band. In terms of a movie, to get 500 children, I imagine, to do a chorus all at the same time of Let It Go would be some feat. I doubt that's going to happen. I guess I come back to the fact again, if we were not allowed films, we would issue temporary event notices, and we've issued temporary event notices here for owners' parties without any objections in the past. I don't want to do that. I'd rather it all be under the same licence, councillors. But do you want to address the sing-alongs? Because you're better than me about that.
Yeah, so I think that there's two parts to this here. That the first one is that they sing along in relation to the visiting acts. That, as Jonathan said, that we can put a stipulation on that because we get a national-driven supplier. So we send to our acts with specifications of this is what you can and can't do at particular sites. That's then backed up by the entertainment manager on site and the team on site, which will discuss with the act before they go on stage that at this particular site, at this location, you cannot ask them to sing back as we ask it. So, for example, there'll be no "we will rock you" with a sing back of, let's say, you clapping your hands, things like that. We can stipulate that with our supplier, and they will book the type of act as well that we are asking for the outdoor stage, and we have done so, the acoustic type act, the Adele tribute type things. And then the point about the sing-along films, we don't show any films of that type. It's more your non-sing-along types. We use Disney because that's what everyone recognises as Disney-type films, but we would actually steer away from those types of films because more than often than not, they've been watching it at home, in the caravans, etc. We try to do more classic films, more things that they maybe not see when they're at home as well. The reason for us doing that type of film after a tribute act is precisely for that reason, to give the audience sort of peaks and troughs, as they call it, some heightened entertainment, and then some more relaxed entertainment with a nice film under the stars, as we call it, with their families, where they can enjoy as the night comes to the end with the young children.
Is it not slightly late to be showing films for children between 9 and 11 o'clock at night?
That I guess, is a question for the parents. They are on holiday with their parents in a caravan. I probably kept my children up to 11 o'clock when they're on holiday, when I perhaps shouldn't have done. I think that's for parental responsibility, really, councillors.
There are over 24 children in our road in Fisherbridge alone. What about them? They're not on holiday 8 months of the year until 11 o'clock at night. How are they meant to get to sleep or do their homework beforehand?
Councillors, I've been through the noise limiting issues. There will be no noise disturbance to those children from the films. It'll be controlled through the limiter.
Some other questions. Why haven't you adhered to the environmental health team's recommendations made at the time of the planning application back in March? And why were they told different information at that time than you have applied for in the premises licence application dated 2 months later?
So the visit came, I think, in March from the environmental health team to meet Doug, is that correct? We weren't certain as to what hours we were going to go for at that stage. We then finalised the hours here. This is not, I have to stress, standard hours, because standard hours at places like Golden Sands, Thorpe Park has been 2300 is what we would standardise the hours at. And some residents, I think, have picked up this standard wording. I think the standard wording that's being referred to is those are the wording we have to put on the notices. So things like live music, recorded music, plays, etc. We have to put those on the actual notices. So it was a business decision that was made. We haven't gone to... we haven't gone a week, so we've gone 3 days of the week that we'd like the movies to. So we have thought about this particular site, and then we've limited it to 9 o'clock as well for the other entertainment. We haven't just gone carte blanche 11 o'clock.
The environmental health recommendations were for, I believe, 8 o'clock and starting later in the morning. I can't remember exactly what time, though. Why hasn't that been reflected?
I thought I'd just answer. I think the recommendations were until 8 o'clock with one film a week to 9:30. I've said again, the business decision was made to go later, and I come back to the fact again, whether we're playing the films to 9 o'clock, 9:30, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, they're all going through the limiter to the same limit at the level which your environmental protection team will be happy with to make sure we're not disturbing our neighbours.
If they're only going till 9 o'clock, when are the tribute acts? Are they every night of the week from 7 till 9?
We have them 3 nights a week.
Is that weekend nights or any time?
1 on Saturday night and 2 during the week.
The other questions were, can you guarantee staff won't hang up on people who ring to complain, because I'm told that has happened? Why won't you give all the residents just on Fisherbridge alone details of how to contact you? You say, where do we finish? Well, the whole of one road would have been a good start. Can you ensure that there's an email address available so we have a log ourselves to evidence when we also copy it into environmental health if there is too much noise?
I'm going to come back to the last question, which I take affront to the... I think you were suggesting that members of staff have... What was your first question, sorry?
How will you ensure that people don't just hang up?
Right, so I'll come back to that in a moment. So in terms of the email address, I've already agreed that we will provide you with a community email address. Now, whether that is done through the council, I'll come back again because you've got everybody's email address, but we're quite happy to letter drop everybody in Fisherbridge Road, but then I imagine Halstock will now want us to letter drop them, and now Brookside Close will probably want us to letter drop, and then we're going to be going over to, we'll be guided by you, councillors, I think, because I don't know where we stop the letter drop.
Why was there a police car there yesterday, by the way?
So in terms of just answering the question about hanging up on the telephone, I'd be very disappointed if that does happen. I tested the 24-hour telephone number myself the other day when I was away on holiday because I wanted to make sure that the team are responding. They answered within 3 rings. I would also add that residents are very welcome to come into the reception of the park, and if they want to speak to any of the team there, they are free to do that as well. I can't comment why there was a police car on park yesterday. I don't have that information.
Any further questions?
No, although I think the solicitor's not very good at his meteorology. We do live on the south coast and the prevailing wind is from the coast, which is in our direction.
Take that more as a comment.
Well, I have actually looked into it. It appears to be a westerly, southwesterly wind.
Back on the question about why the police were on park yesterday, I think it would be physically impossible for me to know every reason why the police may want to turn up on park. They might just have general inquiries. We've had situations where they've got the wrong park. It was actually Waterside they should have been at. So it's not realistic for me to know every time the police may decide to come onto park.
Security aren't aware of any reason why they were on park yesterday. Simon isn't.
Sorry, there was one last question. The solicitor mentioned before that they wouldn't be opening the bar in December and January when people would be too cold to sit out there. You've only applied for 3 weeks before Good Friday to October, so I would hope not.
If I could answer that, the application for the bar is for 12 months of the year. That's not limited.
Thank you. Okay. I've now got Councillor O'Leary. Do you have any questions from the resident that you are representing, please?
Yes, thank you very much. The first question I have is what pathway do you signpost for people to leave the park heading from Weymouth Bay to Seaview? One of the issues I've had over the years is individuals leaving via the Halstock Close footpath, which is in a residential area, which has caused them a number of issues. Which way do you signpost people to leave the site?
So there is a path, a very short crossing across Church Road between the two parks, and that takes them through to what we call the David Bellamy Field, and then that moves on to Weymouth Bay. If you are staying at Seaview, it will take a good 10 minutes to walk down to Weymouth Bay. There is no point in us encouraging holidaymakers to walk down Preston Busy Road when there is a very quiet, what I would call almost country road at the bottom between the two parks. So we would be at reception advocating that they continue to use that access.
As in the...
So we would make people aware. We would make people aware at reception for check-in, and we could also go a step further and actually put more information in welcome packs if that's what we needed or felt we needed to do.
So the pathway that you'll be advocating people access the site from Seaview to Weymouth Bay will be through Church, via St Andrew's Church or via the field out the back. You're not going to signpost them to the alleyway at Halstock Close.
So I won't be, for anyone staying at Seaview, we would not be advocating that they go through Holstock Close. What we would be recommending is they take the lower pathway that connects the two parks. It doesn't mean that they have to walk down Preston Road, past St Michael's Church, down Church Road, because, sorry, St Andrews, forgive me. The pathway is much further down that road, heading towards the Waterside Park. So there would be no need for them to be actively encouraged going via the church.
Councillor, you have the map on page 189, which you can see the blue sign as to how you would walk from Seaview to Weymouth. I don't know why anybody would walk from Seaview up Church Road onto Preston Road, along Preston Road, and then down Holstock Close. That would seem a very strange way to go, unless you're perhaps going to the Spy Ship for a drink on the way. I don't know, councillors.
No, I completely agree. It is a very strange way. That's one of the reasons I asked the question. What is your security to visitor ratio? How many people are on site compared to the number of people you employ for security at any one time?
There's a total of 27 security in total. Maximum visitor, was that?
Yeah, 27 security across the two parks. That includes the manager and some shift leaders who are the leadership team. And as I said to you, 75% are SIA trained. At peak, our capacity could be across the two parks upwards of about 3,800, 4,000 people. But as I said, you know, we've been operating like that for many, many years.
Will you be increasing the number of security to adapt for the increase in capacity and the increase of events? Well, not capacity, but the increase in events.
So there is to be an extra member of security who's employed specifically for the field. That's in the noise management plan, councillors. We haven't been asked to do that, by the way, by the police. Dorset Police haven't asked us to do that. That's something we've done ourselves. So there's been no representation made, councillor, about the level of our security in terms of guest numbers.
I would just add as well, when I met the police licensing officer, she was a former PSP CSO for the area, and she was very familiar with our operation and our processes, and she was very happy with the way we operate.
Mr. Smith's been very good at memorising some local road names, and I'll give him his dues for that. The question on, we've mentioned several roads. I'd be interested to see if any work has gone into assessing the noise coming up the hill, taking into account the natural geography of Preston, up towards Brunel Drive, Mornsell Avenue, Stania, and that estate, because that has been affected in the past and will be affected by this.
I think Matthew's already answered that the modelling does take into account topography. Is that the right word? And ordnance survey to within a metre. Yes, so it has, is the answer to your question.
You use Great Yarmouth as an example. You use the 3 years for Great Yarmouth. 2020, when COVID largely shut down most of that year. I mean, there was very little activity that year on Weymouth Bay, and in any holiday park, really. 2021, I'll give you that one. That was a relatively normal year, although there was still COVID restrictions. And then 2022, the season of which is only just beginning. So I wouldn't argue that Great Yarmouth is the best example to be used. And also, I would also argue that as Great Yarmouth is until 10 o'clock, that perhaps that's one of the reasons there is a lack of, the movies are only till 10 o'clock, perhaps that's one of the reasons there is a lack of complaints. Perhaps if you considered reducing the time of the movies from 11 downwards, that would be very welcome. You said that you seemed to insinuate that the timings were irrelevant as it was going through a noise filter. Would you accept, because you said, 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, well, what about 2 o'clock in the morning? As long as it goes through a noise filter, is that acceptable?
Not sure what the question was there. So if I start off with the last question, the 2 o'clock, I believe, Matthew will probably have to help me on this one, that after 11 o'clock, you even shrink lower as to what your noise levels would be, but of course that's irrelevant because we're not talking about 2 o'clock. In terms of K-State, you actually ended up having more outdoor activity in 2020 and 2021, so I think it is relevant to talk about that. And I've already said that once, I've already answered that question. And in terms of your office, actually, your licensing office, to my surprise, I've already spoken to Great Yarmouth, so there we are, it's from the horse's mouth. The complaint has come from the same person, and we're not sure what the 2021 complaint was about at all. This year has been investigated and no further action taken. And of course, your colleagues have spoken to Great Yarmouth, so you can't go better than that. And I didn't know they were doing that either. So there you are.
My question really was, you're saying that you're using Great Yarmouth as an example. What I'm saying to you is, do you feel that that's really acceptable when you're using a 3-year period, one of which was COVID lockdown? Another one was an acceptable season, I'll give you that, although, like I say, there was restrictions and people weren't going around as much as they were, and then also a couple of months of this year. So I wouldn't argue, would you argue that really you can use the full 3 years as a good case study and example?
Bear in mind, when COVID hit and foreign holidays stopped, actually holiday parks had their record season, so it was busier than ever. What I would say, I could have just plucked out Golden Sands, perhaps as a great example, where we haven't got a single complaint, but then there aren't any residents living near there. So Caister actually is your best example of a park next to residential accommodation. 10 o'clock, yes, it is 10 o'clock, but it's 10 o'clock 7 days a week, so it's slightly different than 11 o'clock for 3 days a week for films. But as I said, it was very busy. Did you have a record year last year? So Haven had a record year in 2020 in terms of, and 21 in terms of actual bookings, and everybody was outside because you didn't want to be inside really until, I think it was the 14th of July was Freedom Day, and we could suddenly start doing what we wanted.
My last question is, Mr. Nye is the 3rd manager of Haven since I was elected 3 years ago. Well, Mr. Nye is the 3rd manager that I'm aware of in the past 3 years. Residents have been given assurances from other managers in the past. There was Mr. Atkins, a temporary manager, and now Mr. Nye. That they were given assurances in the past that certain things will be changed, certain things will be done, particularly on Howestock Close, which you've accepted that some of those have been done, although there are still issues, and there are still, I've got issues, the issue with the Seafood Festival, you admitted that was a one-off, you've dealt with that. Londis, the delivery from Londis, also music playing from the shop was another issue. The Zumba class, music playing on the terrace, and the Jubilee Party. You admit that all those are, we're very sorry it shouldn't have happened, we're very sorry we shouldn't have happened, or something otherwise. What I'm saying is I'm just concerned that there could be a lack of consistency from not having a permanent, from a change of management, that some of the things you're saying, and I do commend some of the things you have done to try and mitigate some of the concerns, but I'm just concerned that if there isn't the consistency from site management, that these things could fall by the wayside.
You've obviously mentioned Paul Adkins was a temporary manager, so it was a temporary role, it was always acknowledged. If I can just go back to, you can't win, can we? So the Jubilee Party, there was no complaints to the best of my knowledge about the Jubilee Party. A letter was sent to local residents about it. It was the Queen's Jubilee, after all. Nobody, I think, has anybody come to you to complain about that? Sorry, I'm asking you questions. Sorry, I shouldn't be asking you questions. I do apologise. Yes, quite. Sorry, don't answer that. Sorry, I shouldn't be asking you questions. Indeed, sorry. We voluntarily changed the delivery times to 8 o'clock, and then, yes, one went through at 20 to 8. The music was playing on the terrace area during COVID, and we stopped it. Yes, it was next to residential premises. If you recall, during COVID, there was a recommendation for pubs and bars everywhere to have windows open to allow ventilation to circulate. So you were going to have more outdoor noise inevitably, unfortunately, councillors. And as a solicitor doing licensing law, beer gardens became a very hot topic because, of course, there was much more activity in them, councillors. Sorry, Doug, do you want to respond?
Yeah, I think you say we were apologising for the Jubilee. I mean, I took it upon myself to drop letters into the nearby houses in Howestock Close out of courtesy to say that we were going to do this owners event. I specified the times that we would be doing it. And I'd like to think that in the time I've been here, I've been very proactive, certainly with working with the environmental health officer to make sure we mitigate as many things as possible when they arise. So I understand the point you're making, but I'm passionate about making sure that we live and cohabit together in the best way possible.
One last point. Mr. Atkins, I wasn't aware he was a temporary manager. Mr. Atkins left, and then there was a lady that temporarily was the site manager, and then now Mr. Nye's here. Sorry, no, I'm not finished. I was waiting for you to finish talking amongst yourselves to make the final point. Like I said, so Mr. Atkins gave residents his telephone number. He gave local councillors his telephone number. We were given many assurances that if we had issues, we could telephone up and get hold and it would be sorted. And obviously he's gone. And then we had issues. We tried to deal with a temporary manager. That didn't get anywhere because we couldn't work out who was in charge. I wrote letters, we went into. So I'm just concerned that the consistency will not be there as we've been promised it in the past.
Sorry, my mistake, Mr. Adkins was not a temporary manager. He was there for 3 years, so my mistake. I think then we had somebody who stood in, and then it was Doug. Doug is a permanent manager here. I can't ask questions myself, so I guess it's down to Doug to just provide the assurance he's just given. He's here in a council meeting, which is probably going to last all day, knowing full well the feeling of local residents. And of course, if we do just ignore everything and we don't do what we said, well, I'll have to come back here and I'll be addressing you as to why we've let you down, ourselves down, the local residents down, and we'll be hauled up for a review, losing what we've asked you to grant us. Is that in our interest? No. Is it in the local residents' interest? No, councillors. We need to work together.
Move down my list. And I have, bear with me. Rachel Willett, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Is my microphone? Yes, working. Is the stage already in construction on site?
No.
That's the rumour that is going around. It's definitely not in construction. Is anything that's being requested for licensing in construction already?
The footings of the bar, but then it might not be a bar if there's no licence. It may be a refreshment kiosk. The footings are there and that's all. The jump tower and the aerial adventure don't require licensing permission.
They do require planning, though, that hasn't been approved. What concerns me is even if the footings of the bar are already in place, and this mention of Haven being a workplace, are we all here to tick boxes? But you've already got a plan in place that if this gets chucked out, that you will just say it's a workplace and you'll carry on doing whatever you want anyway.
We'd be legally entitled to do that if we wish to do so.
It's a concern that I think we didn't all realise until, of course, we know nothing about this until today. In terms of the modelling of the noise and the noise report, why does... I know there's topography and terrain and barriers and all that stuff that needs to be built in, but why is the noise levels of Caister not in the report, just so that we can see it for comparative purposes?
Can I just expand on my first answer I gave it a minute ago, because it sounded a bit flippant? We'd be entitled to do so. If we did do it, what I can assure you is we would do it to the hours we're requesting today, and you have it on my undertaking. As long as we can get the kit in, we would also observe the same conditions. We would try to get a noise limiter fitted. It might be slightly difficult if we haven't got a stage to do it, but we would strive to work to those conditions, and we wouldn't just go from 8 to 11, 7 days a week. So sorry, I should just have clarified that. So we wouldn't just go carte blanche. We just do what we're asking for, and we would observe as closely. We'd observe the noise management plan. I think there's some difficulty in fitting a noise limiter if you haven't got all of the kit on a stage area, but I'm not an acoustic expert. In terms of Caister limits just aren't relevant in Weymouth, and we'd be criticised if we did stick them in. Why didn't I stick Golden Sands in while I was at it, and Thorpe Park and other holiday parks? It's just not relevant to Weymouth.
Firstly, I'm not being flippant. This is a very, very important issue. Oh, okay, sorry, I misheard. So why is the Caister recordings not relevant? I can't understand that. In any statistical document, you would use them and compare and contrast to them. That is what I would do in my finance work.
I don't know if I have to answer again. It's not relevant. It's a different park with different topography, with different wind direction, with different layout of where the stage is facing, with the different distance to residential properties, with a different location in terms of the compass where the residential properties are. he just wouldn't do it, councillors. It would look very strange.
Further questions?
I do. Where has this kind of benchmark noise modelling of the baseline noise being the acceptable level being used in other situations where there is all day, every day outdoor entertainment? Is this used elsewhere in the country, or is this something that's just been made up for this situation?
It is my understanding, I'll ask Matthew to answer, but in terms of the stages we've got, it'll have been used in all of the parks we've got stages at the moment, which are at Thorpe Park, Golden Sands, Caister and Primrose Valley. I keep forgetting Primrose Valley and Scarborough.
It's also worth mentioning that the guidance has come from the Institute of Acoustics Good Practice Guide on control of noise from pubs and clubs. So whilst we are looking here at the caravan parks and these stages, the reality is that this is the baseline for that you should be using when you are looking at this kind of noise source throughout the country for any sort of thing. That's the reason why we've done it. The guidance provides 3 tiers, so it looks like it can be a louder level if you are doing it very short term, i.e. for a few days of the year. And it has one in the middle and a lower one where it could be either beyond 2,300 hours or it is regular kind of every day of the week. And so with that, we've obviously used the lowest because that is relevant for, or certainly more relevant for what we're doing here.
So you say the Institute of Acoustics, it's the benchmark for this type of venue. Do you mean, I asked about outdoor venues, where examples was this being used to benchmark outdoor venues? I got the impression when I read the Institute of Acoustics website and all their bulletins, it was very much leaning towards indoor venues and professionals soundproofing those indoor venues.
The key bit of the guidance, it is looking at this type of noise source at the nearest residential receptor. So whether that noise source is internal or external doesn't make a difference in terms of what the limits are of the receptor. If it is internal, then you would have more mitigation. However, you could then crank up the noise levels to that of a nightclub. Breaking out would then kind of be the same noise limit if you were hitting that at the nearest resi. When we are looking in an external environment, then we simply have to be quieter. We have to use mitigations such as the highly directive line array speakers that we're using so that you can channel the noise away from the residences to improve it. This is the reason why we also look at what the limit is within the stage area, because that's as loud as it can be in terms of meeting these limits, and it allows Haven to make a decision if those noise levels within that stage area were too low so that they couldn't operate with it, then without, as we couldn't mitigate it further, they simply wouldn't be looking to install it.
Thank you. Another question on the noise report. The report doesn't record what the noise level will be at numbers 37 to 41 Fisherbridge Road. Is there a reason for that?
We've simply written down the levels where we have the highest impact. At all other locations, it will be the same or lower, as opposed to tabling the entire thing. We show enough to show that we are meeting the limits.
It's just interesting because my house has the impact shown, but there's no higher impact there than the houses next to it. Yeah, it just doesn't add up.
In terms of within the table, we've presented what we feel is suitable to demonstrate that we're hitting the limits. We have, with the noise model, we can see at the back, we've got the noise contours. That's allowed us to check to make sure that there weren't anywhere else. We could put a list of every house around there. We didn't feel it was necessary to demonstrate compliance. We know that we are hitting the levels with it.
I've got 2 more questions. You say that you have a park strategy and you've got an outdoor company that rolls out the same entertainment across all these stages, as if there's loads of them. I think there's 4. Am I right in saying there's 4 outdoor bars and stages?
Correct.
So where else are you currently planning to roll this out? You're making it sound like it's a big strategy that Weymouth almost needs to buy into. Doesn't seem to be the case.
I don't know why we're suggesting Waverley needs to buy into. There is certainly a move, not just with this company, but other caravan park companies I act for outdoor entertainment, which I think, I think largely it has come on the back of COVID, and I'm sure next year there will be other parks we'll be applying to roll it out to as well, councillors.
My final question is, Haven have commented just now actually on the fact that some residents' objections have raised concern that this is just a standard licensing hours that Haven are requesting, and they want applied across the country, and it's not taking into account individual local circumstance there. And Haven have said that's not the case, and they don't know where we've got that from. We've got it from the Weymouth Town Council meeting where, from my recollection, Haven specifically said they had ignored environmental health suggestions and conditions because they were applying a standard licence request, and which they were applying across the country. So that is where we've got this from. So I wonder, and whether this is the case or not, whether they have asked for these standard licence requests across these other parks, but have had some pushback, and that is why they haven't been approved. But I would like to log the fact that that is where people have got that information from.
I think, was that a statement or a question? I think, okay.
It was a question first, sorry, that have you had pushback from these other councils? And so you applied for, I know you've mentioned the pushback at Caister to 10 o'clock on the films, but have you had pushback from the other councils, which is why you haven't got this blanket policy through?
We haven't, so we've got them open at the moment at Thorpe, at Golden Sands and at Primrose Valley, and they are 11 o'clocks. I think at Primrose Valley there is a likewise assurance, no football. No football there. Caister is 10 o'clock, and if this were to open, then this would be, I guess, the earlier closing in terms of entertainment at the 9 o'clock. But obviously with the films going till 11 of the stages we've got open at the moment.
Thank you. Who have I got next? Oh, Andrew Tootill, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Hi. My remaining question actually is, because most of the other questions have been asked and answered, is regarding the noise report again. The limited scope, as I see it, for the 4 areas that were undertaken, will other areas that have been impacted geographically, we've mentioned Preston, Monsell Avenue and beyond, will they have their complaints captured and logged within your process? Could you confirm that, please? Oh.
Yes, they will, for consistency, yes.
That was my final question.
Thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Garrett, do you have any questions for the applicant?
One question. Challenge Close, about 300 metres from where the stage is supposed to be, as far as I can understand. Why have we not been informed?
By ourselves or by the council of the application? So we rightly or wrongly chose the 15 residential properties through Google Maps closest to the stage area, and we decided to invite those. I think I've answered that question possibly 4 times now, Councillor.
Anything further? Any further questions? No? Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Gray, any questions? Oh, Mrs. Gray, sorry.
I've just got a question about antisocial behaviour. So you say you've got security on site and bailiffs as and when required. What's your action plan if you have got people who aren't staying on site that do come in, maybe a group of teenagers that are causing trouble? What's your plan? Are you just going to evict them off the site that they're then in the or are you going to involve the police? Because that's more of a concern for me than noise, is antisocial behaviour.
If we were to get that situation, security would initially ask them to leave, I suspect. And we do have a lot of security, as you know. If they did not, then yes, we would involve the police. I doubt the entertainment on the stage is going to be very attractive to such people, but you can't rule them out coming down, and therefore it would be security and then police, as it would in any other public house or late night, any other venue.
And just to add to that, we are putting, as I said, CCTV facing outwards from the bar, so we will have active deterrents for people to be acting in a nuisance manner because of the implications that we would have as evidence.
So my question is, are you just going to evict them from site, or are you going to make sure they actually leave the area? Because they won't be a nuisance to you if you're asking them to leave your site. But obviously, if they're causing trouble, if they're drunk, if they're under the influence.
The Licensing Act does recognise, I think our authority can only go so far, particularly as they aren't actually our customers either. So we would ask them to leave, I guess, if they're stood hanging outside and the security cabin is fairly close to the entrance, and if they're still there, then we would call the police. But I think the guidance in the Licensing Act does recognise that our responsibility would end so far if they're not our customers. We haven't invited them on, they're not our guests, councillors.
Any further questions? No? Okay, thank you. I've got Jane Young. Do you have any questions? I've got Jane here, no? Oh, yes, no? Yes, I do.
I'm a resident that abuts the Weymouth Bay Holiday Park, and the lease that Haven are applying for will potentially cause a public nuisance, because the park is completely surrounded by residential houses. Do you accept that this is an infringement of my privacy for the extra noise it will create?
Yes, there's the Human Rights Act recognises both the rights of residents to privacy and quiet enjoyment of their homes, as it also recognises the right of a business to operate a business. You have to find the balancing act between the two. I would agree with you if we're causing you a public nuisance, but with the mitigation measures we've put in place, I'm confident, and I hope you will be, that we will not be causing that nuisance to the detriment of the residents, councillors.
You're going to build a stage with a variety of entertainments for 8 months of the year. I don't consider this to be acceptable because you already have an indoor entertainment that goes on. Are you saying that these will run parallel, that you will have the indoor entertainment and the outdoor entertainment, particularly in the evening?
Yes, we'd still have the indoor entertainment, is that right? It would be indoor and outdoors, so you'd have the choice. As I said, some people feel more comfortable outdoors. Of course, with the weather being as it is, although are we fortunate that we're in the middle of a heat wave, but there'll be times when you won't be able to use the outdoor area until everybody will be indoors instead. So it'll be a mix between the two, councillors.
I note that alcohol will be made available 24/7 off and on the site. Your ethos is this is a family-friendly site. Surely this doesn't run parallel with the caravan's ethos to encourage the consumption of more alcohol with this additional bar.
We're not applying 24/7 for alcohol. It's 11 till 11. We already have bars that can go until 2 o'clock. We're not asking for 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, midnight. We're asking for what some would regard as the old standard pub hours many years ago. So we're not going till the 2 o'clock, and we already have venues that can go to 2 o'clock at Weymouth and 1 o'clock at Seaview. So, but we haven't gone full out with those hours, councillors. We've gone 11 till 11. It's not 24/7.
I assume that this is meant for the residents of the park, but as we know, there is a public right-of-way running alongside the proposed site, and I've visited that, and I've spoken to some of your people who work there, who have told me that there is no way that they can prevent anyone from outside coming in. Why are you creating problems, not only to the local residents, but to families staying there, with the likelihood that people will come and consume alcohol when they've probably already consumed alcohol? Aren't you shutting the stable door after the whole horse has bolted?
We've already acknowledged we can't stop people. It's got a public right of way. We can't do that. In terms of who we're serving, we have security, CCTV, we've got body cams, so we will be able to control what's going on in that area. And we've done that, not at the behest of the police, we've done that off our own back. These premises are open until 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, so somebody may have finished at the pub and then come here. And with the best will in the world, if somebody wants a drink, they could just go up to the Spice Ship, which is open until 1 o'clock in the morning on a Friday and Saturday if they wanted to carry on the night out and drink in the beer garden at the back there. So it is 11 o'clock, which are modest hours these days, councillors, after the Licensing Act, and we have all our own security measures. If the police thought there were antisocial behaviour problems and crime and disorder problems, they'd have either asked us for additional conditions, such as security that we've agreed to put on, or they would have objected to the application.
Any further questions?
The park promotes the benefit of local flora, fauna, wildlife and has a David Bellamy woodland walk running very close to the suggested sites. In fact, it goes between Seaview and Weymouth. Surely this will disrupt the wildlife from their own habitat.
Any further questions?
This is a directive that has been issued from head office to cover carte blanche all of the Haven's numerous sites up and down the country. Many of these sites are nowhere near residential houses. Surely this is where this should have been taken into account, as the site is completely surrounded by residential houses.
I've answered that several times, councillors, and those at Golden Sands Thorpe Park, where there are many less residents, they are later hours than we've applied for here.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Asking for acoustic music, but I have done quite a lot of research on this, and I see that electric guitars with their own amplifiers are often used with acoustics. Would this be the case at Haven, at Weymouth?
There will be no instruments.
I see it's of little use giving a telephone line if the level of music noise is unacceptable. Say it's gone 9 p.m. and you are having a social activity with friends. I don't see why residents have to go to the trouble of phoning at these hours to get the sound reduced. Why should local residents have their own lives disrupted for up to 8 months of the year?
I would hope you won't have to dial that number, because we'll have fitted the limiter and we'll be complying with everything we've said we'll do in the noise management plan. What somebody may hear and what somebody else may not hear, and what is a nuisance to one person may not be a nuisance to another. If a resident feels that they can hear the music and it is annoying, now it shouldn't be, because we shouldn't be going above the background levels, then we need a fallback, and I would expect you would want a fallback, and we need a fallback that residents have a phone number to call, but you shouldn't have to ring that number.
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Walker.
Firstly, security and lighting around the new site. Will there be additional lighting to assist in the security?
There is attractive, I believe, festoon lighting, which will be going around the bar area. Left to right of the bar, so there'll be sort of festoon lighting going there.
Security lighting which would impact on wildlife?
No, there won't be any other security lighting affecting wildlife.
Okay, you talk about access to the site, and the access to the site between Seaview and Haven will be along the track going across the lane which goes down the end of Church Road. the track is a very dark, narrow track. If I was a parent with 4, 5, 6-year-old child who you're looking to attract to go to the movies till 11 o'clock, I cannot see those people walking down that track where there is absolutely no lighting or security. Those people will likely walk up the path, the main road, and walk out onto Church Road and then up the small area of the main Preston Road to the main entrance of Seaview, which will obviously have a major impact on anybody living in Tallage Close and Church Road.
Residents can choose and have chosen which way they want to move between the parks. We issue park maps. This isn't something we're introducing new. They've been doing it for many years. Obviously, through the summer, we have much longer, lighter evenings, which makes it very easy to do. So I'm not changing anything from what we currently do today.
The final question is, you talk, or Haven talk, about cohabitating and balancing their issues along with the residents' issues. I mean, just recently, you've even protested about the church bells, which have been ringing in the area since the 17th century, and you had those church bells turned off over the last week. The church has now reached an agreement where they will not have the clock ringing after 12 o'clock. Now, wouldn't it be nice that Haven actually also start to cohabitate and balance the needs of the local residents and actually have a more sensible closing time rather than 11 o'clock?
I'm not sure where you received that information, but from my perspective, and having just checked with Emily, who logs complaints, and Simon, who's head of security, I love that church. I stay over 2 nights a week near the church. I hear the bell practice every single Monday. What we do have, however, are some holidaymakers who perhaps didn't bank on the level of bell ringing when they come to park, and they do sometimes complain to our reception, and we politely advise them that, you know, the church is part of our community, and it is something that's been like that for years. So I would never protest against the ringing of our bells. Not that involved Haven. If it had, I would have been involved, or at least my team would have been aware, and having just consulted with them, they're not aware, so I don't know where that's come from.
Any further questions? Excuse me, it needs to be the gentleman that was speaking, Mr. Walker, and it needs to be a question.
The church bells were turned off last week, and the person who is responsible for them is sitting next to me.
To the fact that Haven believe it was no dealing with them, and I'm not convinced how relevant it is to this application that I'm looking at today.
It's noise, and it's balancing the requirements of Haven with the residents in the area.
Any further questions?
We're at Tallage Close, which have properties which are within 300 metres of the site. No noise assessment has been done in that area.
The noise assessment and the houses that we looked at for the noise monitoring points were those that would be most closely affected by the noise from the area. And I think, as Matthew's already said, that if Matthew's confident we've set the limit that they won't be disturbed, councillors, even taking into account wind direction and topography, other houses won't be either.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, I've come to the end of questions. I'm now going to break until 1 p.m. and we can reconvene back here again at 1 o'clock, and then we will take the residents' questions. You'll get your chance to ask any questions for residents, and they will get to outline on their written representation. Okay, thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you. Right. I'm now going to go to those that made a written representation and gave their right to want to speak today at the hearing. As I pointed out at the beginning of the hearing, we have read all of the objections. You may add to it, but please do not repeat it. And again, if you've got anything that's already been covered, then please, then you've already had the answer from it, then probably refrain from asking any questions again.
Sorry to interrupt, but I did promise over lunchtime I'd get you some noise readings for Caister, which I've been able to do. I'm sorry to butt in, but would you like those now or later on?
We can have them now, because then that will sort of tailor that bit off.
Sorry to interrupt. If I just ask you to turn to page 164 of the agenda, which sets out the recommended readings here at Weymouth. So the 10 metres from the proposed stage area, which is the Caister readings, came back at 77 instead of 74. And that's between 11 and 7. And between 7 and 11 at Caister, the noise readings were 72 instead of 71. I'm not a noise expert, but what that tells me is the background levels of noise at Caister were 3 decibels higher during the daytime between 11 and 7, which is why it was set higher, to say you can have it higher. And then at the evening, though, they were only 1 decibel higher at Caister. So Caister is slightly noisier, if you like, more noisier by 3 decibels between 11 and 7. And then between 7 and 11, it was just 1 decibel. So it's not a huge difference, but those were the readings, because you asked for them, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will start with Mr. and Mrs. Robinson.
My name is Miranda Robinson. I and my husband have lived at the bottom of Halstock Close for 30 years. And I have a short statement, and I've knocked some of it out in view of the answers to the questions that were made this morning. The number and geographical spread of the objectors to this licensing application demonstrate that local residents already suffer disturbance from the holiday parks. Given the problems other residents of Halstock Close and I have had with noise nuisance from the service road created in recent years parallel to Halstock Close, we are not confident that Haven will effectively manage the impact of the noise from the outdoor entertainment area. Further deliveries to the new bar will make use of this service road, increasing noise nuisance, the delivery of kegs for 2 hours, or the movement of kegs from the cellar which is adjacent to our back garden, along the road at the back of our property and our neighbour's property, is of course going to increase noise nuisance. Since the creation of the service road, we have made regular complaints about noise nuisance to the environmental health. It is adding insult to injury to monitor background noise level at measuring point 2, which is close to our house, to set allowable entertainment noise levels. When you agreed there was a problem with the noise of the fans, you did actually put your noise monitoring equipment in our back garden. So I'm surprised you didn't think it was appropriate to do that this time. The noise assessment submitted, sorry, my husband's going to speak because my voice is not great.
I'll do this stint. The noise assessment that's been submitted only considers low-frequency, steady-state noise levels averaged over several minutes. And I accept that low-frequency noise is going to be a big problem if it's not constrained. However, noise nuisance can arrive at higher frequency music or vocals and from transients. And this was the case you mentioned it earlier, this was the case when Haven organised amplified entertainments on the terrace at the main complex. The compere and vocalist were clearly audible in our house. There was no noise limit, fine. However, I went for a walk on Jordan Hill. I couldn't hear the music, but I could hear the microphone breaking through, which is about 500 metres away, which is incredibly noisy. It wasn't just audible, it was loud. There appears to be nothing in the design assessment, because you focus on low frequencies, vocal frequencies is higher. There's nothing in the design assessment of the audio system and limiter contained in the documents here to prevent issues such as this. Can you reassure us that the limiter will cope, will constrain higher frequencies and shorter transients?
The noise assessment does not take into account the noise annoyance from holidaymakers dispersing after 11 p.m. Not everybody is on holiday, as has been mentioned this morning. I have a 2-year-old and a 7-year-old that I try to get to sleep. Refugees from a war zone. This noise of people moving and talking as they go may well disturb residents who are already asleep. St Andrew's Church has been a site of Christian worship for over 600 years. Services held include those for funerals and marriages, a Tuesday evening service of healing, quiet reflection. No regard has been given to possible noise disturbance to these services and to the spiritual ambience of this ancient site. A public track and path has been mentioned. Popular routes with us and other walkers run close to the outdoor stage. Amplified noise will be an unwelcome change to the acoustic character of the area. The natural environment, people wanting to be outside since COVID, people enjoying the peace and the tranquility and the beauty of nature, that all enhances our well-being, whereas noise nuisance injures it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, do you have any questions?
Mrs. Robinson, that was very, very heartfelt, and we've heard your comments. Thank you. But as has been said already, and I suppose it's more of a statement, that the venue could get a temporary event notice and carry on. What they're doing is formalising their request, and then through that there is some control over it. And I suppose history, you've mentioned the churches and things like that, we have to look forward, and although those are valuable things, we look forward. Do you accept, though, that people going home could still go home after, even without the outside thing? They could still be going home from the inside things, and they may or may not create noise as well. The CAP has some control over it with the security, but they cannot control other people around as well.
Of course, I accept that we live next to a holiday park, and we do have noise from people returning from town or to the pubs late at night, some of it with language that we'd rather not hear. I think what we're looking at here is an addition. We already suffer from noise, and the noise has got worse. And I know when we phone up, it's difficult to find who to talk to, so I deal directly with environmental health. I do not like being pictured as a lady on the corner who complains when I speak for 5 residents, and virtually every house in Halstock Close put in a letter, a written complaint about this proposed development. I'm not confident they will manage it. Each year there is a different turnover of staff. So when you phone up and say, oh, I was woken by glass bottles being deposited in the bottle bank at 1:30 this morning. Oh, that's a problem of staff training. Okay, so that year they deal with it. But the next year, different staff. Oh, well, we're going to amend records. Oh, that person must have slipped through the records. I'm sorry. That's why I have little confidence, because of my experience of dealing with noise disturbance already.
Thank you for your comments. I really appreciate it. I think as residents, you can have faith in the reporting process, should this be allowed, either by phoning in on the time and then emailing and backing it up with an email to them and perhaps copying it to environmental health or the other way round. But I think they all do need to know on these issues. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weller, did you have any questions? No.
I asked a sort of semi-question in the middle of it. Can I be reassured that the noise limiter will cope with microphone transient noise, which is not covered by the assessment? I realise it should have been asked this morning, but we were confused because we didn't realise the questioning was being allowed.
Okay, no, yeah, if I can just go to the licensing, then I'll come to you. Anything to add, Aileen? No? Okay. I'll come to you. Obviously, this is your opportunity to ask questions, but obviously, if you're happy to answer the question that's been answered, then please do.
So I won't ask many questions, but if I've got points just to put, I'll use my summing up if there's any particular issues. But just to answer the one question you've raised, I'm advised, first of all, the report takes into account both low and high frequencies and the noise limiter compression system, because it's a compressor. It's not one that just cuts out, it bashes them down. It does control both low and high frequencies. So that's the answer to the question.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's about the recording reporting. Mr. Smith, we've heard from Mr. and Mrs. Robertson about their concerns over the reporting and the continuity, and Mr. Knight's given us a good impact of his situation, his passion for dealing with things. What reassurance can you give the community that nothing will be swept under the counter? It will all be open and transparent and dealt with so that they can find out what's going on again?
I can only offer you the assurances that I've already given you and those that are in the noise management plan, because, of course, if you grant the licence and those are conditions, we're legally obliged to do those. You've already heard from Doug. Yes, you do get management changes. Please bear in mind, if you get management change, then at Poppleston we change the management and change the designated premises supervisor. We actually send the licence out to the new designated premises supervisor, and at the start of the season, we also send the licences out to people to say, here's just a reminder, here's your licence for this year. I'll personally make sure, Councillor, how's about this, that if Doug was to leave, I will make sure the new general manager is fully briefed. I'll even do it myself until I retire from Poppleston Allen. That's what I can do, because I will have first-hand knowledge of this. And I don't suppose Cav Trainer, who's sat behind me, is going anywhere soon. If Doug were to leave, we will make sure that we brief, because I understand your concern, yes, the continuity over management. We need to make sure that the new general manager takes into account the conditions. But if you conditionalise it, they're there on the actual licence. So it's not some figment of imagination or something you've got to recall from this meeting via the video link. They are actually in black and white on the licence, councillors.
Thank you very much, and I value your comments there, thank you, but maybe that's a thing that Haven could put in place as an organisational thing, because should you win the lottery next weekend, you might not hang around for your retirement, and it will be good to think that the residents in all the Haven areas can have some consistency in planning.
Yeah, I'll just add one final point. I would expect also my senior management team to be adopting the principles of managing these situations. So should I not be available, then they will be well briefed and well versed on what to do. And it would be my expectation.
Yeah,
thank you. I Now moving on to Sue Moore, and I believe that we have got our senior licensing officer reading out a statement on her behalf, and that's Catherine Miller. Thanks, Catherine.
Thank you, Chairman. Comments on an application by Weymouth Bay Holiday Park. Dear Licensing Committee members, firstly, thank you for allowing me to further comment on this application, even though I'm unable to attend the hearing. I wish to clarify that whilst my letter of objection concentrated mainly on closing the legal loopholes contained within the application, I'm strongly opposed to the licence being granted at all. The reason I chose the damage limitation approach is because Haven are clearly not expecting to have this licence refused. That is evident from the fact that construction of the stage and bar area is already well underway. The applicant's representatives are keen to cite Caister Holiday Park in Norfolk as an example of a similar entertainment area which has been granted permission. However, unlike Weymouth Bay, the Caister Park is situated directly on the coastline, so presumably the stage has been positioned to face out to sea. At Weymouth Bay, the proposed entertainment area is almost completely surrounded by residential properties. Another important difference which sets this application apart from a great number of the cases which Licensing Committee preside over is that the objections are not based on fears, conjecture or speculation about what may happen, but on actual experience of how the camp operates its current activities. To grant permission for an outdoor entertainment area at the other side of the camp will provide Haven with a far greater opportunity to assault our senses on a regular basis. Even in Weymouth's vibrant town centre, where residents would expect a certain amount of noise from music and revelry, the outdoor entertainment events are limited to a handful of performances each year in order to balance the needs of residents. It is a basic human right to have peaceful enjoyment of possessions, and this includes a person's home and garden. In my opinion, this application completely flies in the face of those rights when the entertainment is proposed to take place for the majority of the year and on at least 3 or 4 occasions per week. Preston is a suburban area. It is completely the wrong location for a permanent outdoor entertainment venue. I note the very recent submission of a noise management plan for the premises. However, the majority of the measures in this plan rely on action by employees. Haven have had a huge sign at the entrance to the camp for quite some weeks now in an effort to recruit additional staff, and it is well documented fact that the hospitality industry generally is having difficulty in attracting staff. We therefore cannot have confidence that the proposed measures will be consistently applied and enforced. Thank you for listening to my views. Yours sincerely, Sue Moore.
We'll note that. I don't think Catherine will take questions. I don't believe I don't believe we can ask that of Catherine, but just to know that we're all content that it's the rep's been read out. Thank you. Okay, I will now move on. I've got Councillor Dickinson for Weymouth Town Council. He's not here. Okay. Mr. Embley.
Thank you. This is a licence application for a venue that doesn't exist, which I think is probably quite unusual. And in the first instance, I was very concerned that I came into this very late because of lack of consultation with local residents. There are a large number of residents in Preston who would have been affected by it. If they'd asked those people, then they would have got a lot of quick answers and saved themselves a lot of time and a lot of money on consultancy fees. And I'm not against caravan parks, it's just where they put them which concerns me. They're very close to our residential areas and always have been. I've always accepted that. However, I'm against the expansion and the noise that they generate. There are more than 2,000 mobile homes in Preston. I call them that because a lot of them are occupied for a very long time by the same people. There are 3 sites euphemistically called holiday parks. An overwhelming number of these caravans are not owned by the site operators but sold to individuals who are permitted to use them virtually all year round. All of the sites are outside the Weymouth and Portland development boundary and are very close to not only quiet residential areas but also the South Dorset AONB and the World Heritage Jurassic Coast, the only natural site in our country. For many years, I have campaigned against the expansion of these sites, partly due to the detrimental impact they have on the area, but also due to the noise that they generate from the mobile homeowners and service vehicles, particularly during the period from Easter until the autumn. Each year in the summer, an owners' weekend event is held in a marquee in a field owned by Bourne Leisure between my home and Waterside Park. There is always a lot of very loud amplified music, but it has been tolerated by the residents as an isolated occasion, and we will continue to do so on that basis. But in the warmer months, when indoor venues on the sites regularly have doors and windows open, the noise from the music reaches a seriously unacceptable level. I am currently paying nearly £3,000 council tax and expect my council representatives to protect the occupants of my home from the inevitable noise that this proposal would generate, and we are told they would expect it to go on for more than 240 days and nights in the year, 10 hours of music and 12 hours and/or music and films and other entertainment. When the Spice Ship pub close by to me has some form of entertainment on a not very regular basis, but on occasional basis, they always tell the residents what they're going to do. In this case, nobody told us anything at all, apart from, I understand, maybe 15 houses, which they felt obliged to do. Also, the local economy would suffer if this proposal was allowed, as Bourne Leisure want this stage and licensed bar area with the entertainment and alcohol licence to discourage people from visiting the many existing pubs, cafes, restaurants, music venues and a cinema, either in Preston or the wider Weymouth area. So everybody else would suffer. Bourne Leisure would get more and more money into their coffers. Many families, including children and elderly people, will suffer if this plan is allowed. So I urge you to reject it on the grounds of the impact from noise on local residents and to prevent harm to children due to being unable to sleep when they need to. By the way, as well as films, I see acoustic music mentioned in the proposal, and it's worth remembering that acoustic means of, relating to, or being a musical instrument whose sound is not electrically enhanced or modified, i.e. not using amplifiers to increase the power and distance it can reach. If they say this is acoustic sets, then I think then they are not quite telling us what actually will happen. It's what they think we will accept. If this proposal wasn't for Preston, but for a site next to your home, I'm sure you would expect your councillors to reject this application, and I urge you to do just that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, do you have any questions? No? Aileen, do you have any questions? No? I will now go to Ms Smith. Do you have any questions?
Only clarifications, which I'll leave to my summing up. There's just, thank you.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Mr. and Mrs. Baker.
Assured you've read my objection letter. I just want to go back to a point that I didn't get a chance to, and unfortunately it goes back to the Queen's Jubilee, which is an event we all enjoyed. I live on Monsell Avenue. As I said earlier, as the crow flies, I'm 300 yards from the entrance. I can see your flags and enjoy everything that you do normally, and we do walk in the park regularly with our dog. However, the Jubilee, I enjoyed both days of the concert fully. And I know it was in your reception area, as your head of entertainments explained, and I know it wasn't limited. And I didn't complain because I knew it was going to be a one-off occasion, a one-off event. Spice Ship has one-off events. We know when they're happening. We're happy to listen to the music and share in the fun in our gardens. Now, my problem is, this is every day of every week from April to October. I may not hear it, depending on the wind and the limiters, but I may. And I just think it's a bit roughshod over the residents, and you're persistent, we're only going to notify the neighbours. We are a neighbour. We do hear your activities. I do not hear it as much as your neighbours in Fisherbridge or Helstock. But believe me, it's a natural amphitheatre and the sound travels.
Thank you. Councillors, do you have any questions? No. Do you have any? No. Okay. Any questions?
Sorry, no, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have Mrs. Rundle? No? Okay. Mrs. Grant?
I've actually got nothing to add to my written representation, which I know you will have read. The only thing I would just like to reiterate my suggestion that this facility, if it goes ahead, and we're not anti-business, we're just anti the possible disturbance to us as local residents, should be opening in school holidays only, 12 noon to 2100 hours, 3 days per week, and the programme of films and their BBCF classification be advertised to public well in advance to safeguard local children. And that's all I have to say, but I'm more than happy to take questions on my written submission.
Thank you very much. Councillors, do you have any questions? No? Councillor Bella? Okay. Aileen? No? Okay. No questions? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. and Mrs. Brown?
Like Mrs. Grant said, I agree with the timings that she suggested and the frequency being just school holidays. I'm going to put my faith in the noise limiter. Having shown the solicitor outside the video that I took a couple of years ago of the really badly travelling, warbling audio that was coming from the site, he reassures me that that wasn't limited. As Mr. Fry says, I would prefer to have some say in it rather than none at all. But if I could just remind them, please consult us. Do letter drops for the whole of Fisherbridge, for the whole of the area, or put it on a bulletin board so that we all know where we can go and see it. If any noise, I really do love the sound of the birds, and that is basically the only background noise we have where we live. And I live in the part of Fisherbridge where we're blissfully unaware that there are actually caravans because we can't see them. If there is any noise that I don't like, I will be the first one on the phone or putting in a complaint to Environmental Health. So I am very much putting my faith in your noise limiter.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Any questions? No? Okay. No, that's all good. Oh, I didn't even hear it.
We did.
Oh, did you? Sorry. Any questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. I now have Mr. Beavers, who I believe Councillor O'Leary was going to be reading out, and he's not here. You want to do it, or do you want me to put him on the end? Are you happy to read it out? Yep.
Everyone has a basic legal right to the peaceful enjoyment of their home. A noise nuisance is not a problem I normally have. Everyone has a basic legal right to the peaceful enjoyment of their home. A noise nuisance is an unequivocal breach of his human right. Loud noise is extremely detrimental to physical and mental health, causing a number of serious conditions which are well documented. The overriding point I would like to emphasise is that Preston is primarily a residential area. Substantial residential housing basically surrounds the Haven Holiday Camp, as well as community facilities such as shops, pubs, the village hall and St Andrew's Church. So no doubt this is why the plans and diagrams from Haven only show their site. I repeat, this is a residential area with a quiet reputation. Please, please, please just look at maps or satellite images and you will see the housing stretches from immediately adjacent to the site for hundreds of metres in practically all directions. Haven is absolutely unsuitable as a daily venue for loud, amplified outdoor entertainment until 11 o'clock at night. Having examined the noise assessment report, which largely uses computer modelling software, no music has been specifically modelled. Apparently, only a film unrepresentative of a concert with deeply penetrating sounds and minimal off-site tests, which were based in the opposite direction to the speakers to minimise the noise predictions. Surprisingly, there seems no estimate of the considerable additional noise generated by disorderly audience participation, especially when drunk. Moreover, the coloured illustration in Appendix D, which misleadingly focuses narrowly on a part of the site to exclude the surrounding homes, seems to imply noise levels magically dropping and not even travelling beyond the camp. A factual, impartial acoustic report would not only underline these failings, but probably highlight still more problems. It is virtually impossible for a village community and its elected representatives to oppose a large company with deep pockets. Indeed, I live close to Haven, but only become aware of the application shortly before the deadline, so undoubtedly far more complaints would have been submitted if the matter had been fully publicised. Even so, I trust that you will fully consider the overwhelming objections from local Dorset people. The only logical consideration is that the application is completely unreasonable and should be totally rejected.
Thank you, Catherine. Again, we won't have the option to ask any questions. Thank you. Rachel Willett.
Thank you. I'm kind of cutting as I go because I don't want to repeat what people have said, and also obviously I do take on board what Haven have said and made public statements about how they are going to do things going forward. I live in Fisherbridge Road. The end of my garden is the River Jordan and then the caravan, so that's how close I am to the issue. I think it's interesting how 160 objections has resulted in a flurry of Haven activity, the noise report, the noise management plan that have come out since the licence application was put in. And while I acknowledge that Haven have said a lot of things today, it does genuinely concern me that they have shown a lack of concern for neighbours up to this point. And is this concern only because we have all objected? And how genuine is the concern? If there was nothing to hide in terms of the noise, why was there the game playing and just the minimum ticking of legal boxes? Why did they not want to consult us? Just because there's nothing to hide, why not talk to us? I'm very worried that this development will deter responsible tourists who love the natural, peaceful environment of this my end of the bay, and instead may attract different types of tourists that maybe we don't want to attract. I am worried, I've been asked to state on behalf of some of my neighbours about the protection of children from harm, the fact this is an open site, what will be shown, what movies will be shown, and accompany children being exposed to things they maybe shouldn't. Youngsters coming en masse from the town. I know Haven have said that they wouldn't be interested. I remember as a child loving to try and gate crash what was going on at Bowley's, whether it was frozen or not. So I think there is something there to be considered in terms of protecting teenagers arriving en masse and drinking. I feel it's really important that yes, Haven obviously they provide jobs and occupancy and tourists in the town, and that is important to Weymouth. And I'm certainly not anti-tourism. I love Weymouth and I want it to thrive. But if you take aside that it's Haven, this is effectively a new business being developed. It's a new pub, a new entertainment space. It's in the outside. If this was a new business applying for this in a field in Preston or elsewhere in Weymouth, an uncontrollable space, they wanted all day, every day outdoor entertainment, less than 100 metres from residence, and it was a new business and not Haven applying, would it be considered? And I think it's really important that is taken on board. Yes, Haven are an important existing business, but they shouldn't be allowed to develop at any cost. I'm very worried about the broadness of the licence, which hasn't been mentioned today, that it states, it's a carte blanche catch all. I mean, some of that's been said, but it's some of the wording, live vocalist acoustic sets, as my friend here has said. It's a very wide interpretation of what that means. It uses words of a like kind. It doesn't mention the word family in the licence, even though that's how Haven keep explaining what the type of entertainment is. So that does concern me. And I feel that terminology and inference is being used to imply it's going to be peaceful and tranquil, that it's only going to be live vocalists with backing tracks and acoustic sets. And that's what live music's going to be limited to, as if we should be applauding that, and as if that's going to be quiet. I think we all know that's not the case. I've been told I'm wrong on this matter, but I want to raise it anyway, because it's something that has come up in the last week with stuff I've been reading, that the Section 182 guidancing of the Licensing Act, all the example conditions all seem to refer to indoor spaces. And it's been mentioned today that you've got much more mitigation for an indoor space. This is an outdoor space. And even the suggested conditions in the Dorset Council statements of licensing policy, they all seem to refer to indoor spaces. Probably, I would presume, because an all-day outdoor entertainment noise is not expected in a civilised society. And in reality, is it not the case that there's no licensing condition can truly control the nuisance of the noise? This is outdoor music and entertainment. No noise management plans, sound limiters, directional speakers can control the uncontrollable. Outdoor music and entertainment noise and crowd noise is not containable, controllable, and cannot be directed. Not truly. We might say all these words today, but it's not truly the case. There's lots more mitigation, as has been said today, if it's an indoor space. The noise report worries me. I feel Haven are setting their own benchmark as to what's acceptable, and using their own, basically saying that they've agreed, and I must have missed who they'd agreed with, that this would be the acceptable level. Surely Dorset Council should be setting the acceptable level. And then in the noise management plan, Haven is saying that a complaint is only justifiable if this level of acceptable noise, which they've set, is breached. That doesn't seem very fair or objective, that Haven sets what's reasonable or what's unreasonable. And the natural level of noise, which has been mentioned, but it's really important for me as well. The natural base level of noise in my garden is birds and trees. There's no road noise. I was out this morning putting out the washing, listening really hard. No road noise, no holidaymaker noise. Even though the caravans at the bottom of my garden are full. And I rarely do have caravan noise. I just have the odd ad hoc noise, but, that's just living in harmony. That's fine. But apparently, this base level of noise, the frequency and volume of the birds in the trees will merge in my ears with the base level of the frequency and volume of the entertainment noise, and I won't be able to be distracted or bothered by it. I think, in reality, my ears will know the difference between birds and trees and a subwoofer. And also, as I've said before, it's worrying that the report uses modelling experts and not... Sorry, I won't go on to that bit because I've mentioned that a bit about the case readings. One thing that I will say, this is from my personal point of view, that my husband and I are an acoustic act. Well, the word acoustic is interesting. I'm glad that was brought up because I've never looked at the definition of it. If my husband and I set up a rehearsal space in our garden with a few mics and a couple of low-level amps, and we did rehearsals all day, every day, maybe a few Beyonce numbers because the Caister images show a Beyonce tribute act, which I don't think would be quiet. And we did that all day, every day. I think the caravan residents at the end of my garden would be going nuts. And I think the caravan residents more than 100 metres from my garden would be going nuts. And yet they are going to be able to do that to me in return. It feels so, so wrong. And it will carry. Live music does carry. I wanted to, there was an interesting review on Caister on Google, which says they had a complaint that they were behind the stage and the booming afternoon into late evening ruined the holiday. It was like living behind a mix of Glastonbury and the Odeon cinema. It doesn't sound like it was very well limited. that sound. And just finally, so I was cutting out some things there because they have already been mentioned before. So I have obviously very, very deep concerns about this controlling the uncontrollable and live music being the uncontrollable. And I also have, I think we all feel, none of us know anything about all these legal processes. We're not here with a lawyer. We don't know anything about this before. And we are just doing our best to live peacefully in the environment that we live in. And I really hope that Dorset Council, yes, wants to encourage existing business, obviously, to develop, but wants to encourage responsible business, responsible tourism, and responsible tourists. And I hope very much that they feel that no business development should be more important than the well-being of residents. It's interesting in the meeting document, it says that no health and well-being implications arise from this application, which I totally disagree. I think there are huge well-being implications. And I also hope that obviously Dorset Council take into the account my human right to the peaceful enjoyment of my gardens and my property. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's okay. Any questions? Okay, Councillor Fry.
Thank you for your comments there, Mrs. Willett. Very good. Just for your information, I find that the Licensing Act has a lot of power and a lot of teeth in it. And it's one of the few laws and regulations that do have a bit of teeth. As the applicants will know, if they put something in a condition, they have to follow those conditions and work with it, because the licence can be reviewed. You mentioned in your comments about if this was allowed, it would attract undesirables or different sort of climate. What evidence can you back that up with, please?
I would say, obviously, evidence would be difficult now. I could maybe do some comparison. The council could do some comparison. But of course, if you look at the reviews that come from Weymouth Bay, both on Google and TripAdvisor, Trustpilot, etc., so many of them comment on their love of the peace of what they've cut. You know, people often come on holiday, obviously, for a break from the noise of their general life. They love the peace and quiet. Those holidaymakers aren't going to come if it's not peace and quiet. And those holidaymakers are the ones that we all know will look after the environment. They will love, they come to this part of Weymouth because they love it, and they love to live in peace with the residents as well. Whereas if you start making a very noisy space, then interestingly, when I spoke to Haven head office about this matter, the person I spoke to on the phone didn't know anything about this strategy of outdoor stages. And suggested that I went to Butlins if I wanted a more upbeat outdoor entertainment holiday. And I do worry that this will be moving in that direction, and therefore, we will get a different type of holidaymaker who wants the noise, and I'm sorry, that does lead to different types of behaviour. Oh, that's me.
Yeah, I think COVID is making a change to our lifestyles as well at the moment, as well as other things. But thank you for your comments.
Outdoor doesn't mean noise necessarily, does it?
Any from you? No. Aileen, do you have any questions? No. No. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Tudhill.
You're pleased to know I'll be short and sweet, because I think all my concerns have been covered by previous residents. So.
Thank you very much. And on that note, I wouldn't think anybody's got any questions. No. Okay, thank you. Mrs. Garrett. Second.
So what I wanted to say has already been covered here or in the in my objection. I find it quite difficult at the moment to talk to Haven. Somebody mentioned the bells. I do actually let Haven know about anything other than the normal Sunday and Monday ringing, like, for example, weddings, Platinum Jubilee. Before lockdown, I was able to talk to the customer liaison officer. No, I can't get past reception.
Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Garrett, you say you can't get past reception. Can you elaborate on that, please, a little bit for the benefit of all?
That's right. I asked reception when I first contacted them after lockdown, because obviously we had to have 2 years off because we weren't allowed to ring or get together in groups. But after lockdown, I asked reception to speak to the customer liaison officer. I was told, no, I couldn't. I'll have to speak to the reception always in future.
Is that a glitch, do you think, in the system, or the particular staff not getting them through? What was your perception?
The particular staff, I mean, we've got a wedding coming up in a couple of weeks' time, which we'll be ringing for, so I'll be letting them know about that. I'll try again.
Okay, any further questions?
It would be quite nice to ask Mr. Nye if he can respond to that.
My team, anyone in reception, should be able to answer any question that comes from a resident or a guest or an owner on the park. If they can't answer the question, there will be a hierarchy of leadership available, and they can escalate that to Heza department, or it can come to myself. As I said, we are a supporter of the church and the bell ringing, but we actively also have to deal with holidaymakers who perhaps weren't expecting it, and that's an ongoing thing for us. And but we support it. Yeah.
Mr. Nye, is it possible that your staff, who Mr. Garrett has said are being very defensive and supportive of you and your team, and are being a filter, is that possible?
Well, I'd be disappointed if that were the case. We are in the industry of delivering experience, customer service. It should be in their DNA to try and resolve things. So I would expect the reception team to respond and also to escalate if they can't answer.
Thank you.
We'll take this back, take it back to reception after we leave today, just to mention it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gray? No? Okay. Have I got Jane Young? No. Mr. Walker?
Yes, a lot of what I was going to say has been covered, but I'd just like to state that this is an area of outstanding natural beauty renowned for its wildlife. Haven actively promotes local wildlife within its grounds with the information it provides, but we're already witnessing massive changes of behaviour by animals, including and especially birds, being active due to the night, due to the additional noise and lighting from the site. This should be and is currently a tranquil area, quiet, where holidaymakers come to escape and enjoy the natural beauty that Dorset has in abundance. However, there have been complaints, even from Haven customers, about homeowners' noises from private garden parties. And basically one recently, which was a birthday party in somebody's garden, where people from Haven came round, knocked on the door, walked into the back garden and complained about the noise from a party, which was just basically a garden party. There are also regular bases that there are complaints relating to the sound of the church bells, which we've already had. And I cannot understand how this equates with creating additional noise from within your own venue for what should be a quiet, tranquil holiday park.
Thank you. Councillors, do you have any questions?
Mr Walker, thank you. You've said that people come here for the tranquil peace and quiet of our countryside. How do you know that? How do you not know that they don't come to Weymouth for the entertainment, the music, the films and the activities elsewhere around?
You look onto the reviews for TripAdvisor and all of the other holiday sites, and that is what people highlight all the time about this area.
Councillor Weller? Okay. No. Any questions? Or...
I think it's more of a point of clarification, actually, on the last point. I don't know how to ask it as a question, though. I'll put it as a point of clarification, I guess, later in my summing up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe I've covered everybody on my list. I don't think I've missed anybody out. I'd just like to say there's been a few comments made today on reviews, and some of you are probably thinking, what's a review? Some of you probably know what a review is. Anything that's licensed can be called in for a review if there is evidence that there has been issues and if there has been any concerns around the our licensing objectives. We encourage people, not encourage, but if you have concerns about a licence, then you can go to environmental protection with your concerns. You can go to the police with your concerns. You can also call it in. Anybody can call in a licence, and it can be called into licensing, and licensing will look into it. And if they feel as though it will come to a review, then it will be brought back to committee. So anything that's ever decided on a licence isn't set in stone if there's been issues. If there are issues, then a licence can be called back in and there can be conditions on to have those licences changed. That can be timings, it can be anything. So just because when a licence is you know, if a licence is approved as a whole, if there are issues and they can be proven, then the licence can change. And that is what our review process is. And it's not like planning. It doesn't take months, years. It literally is 21 days, and then they are back in committee. 28, I stand corrected, 28 days. TENS as well, that's been touched upon. TENS, they are temporary event notices. Again, I believe for this year and next year, they can apply for 20. Yes. And with a TENS, if a temporary event notice, the only people that can object to a temporary event notice is the police and is environmental protection. It can't be objected to by members of the public. And with those TENS run completely separate from the actual licence of that premises. Okay?
On the temporary event notice licence, you said only environmental health and the police can object to them. If there are issues around those events taking place, residents can still object to environmental health if there are issues around, you know, say if that event takes place and there's a lot of issues, residents can go to the police or environmental health if there is an issue after it's taken place, can't they?
Yes, they can. So basically what you would need to ascertain first is, like I've said, they can have their general licence, they can apply for a TENS. What you would need to ascertain is when they have that particular event, if it is problematic, was that being run under a TENS? Was it being run under their licence? But like I said, it's all about gaining evidence, and that's with any licensed premises that is around. But just thought I'd say, because not a lot of people know that licences can be reviewed. Okay.
So can I just ask, what evidence, what you know, as we you know, what would, sorry.
That's okay. So our licensing functions are the prevention of crime and disorder, public safety, the prevention of public nuisance, and the protection of children from harm. Again, what we would expect was any concerns that you have over those licensing objectives would be to contact environmental health and contact the police if you so need to. Again, report it to even the venue that you wish to make the complaint about, so they are aware as well. And then that builds a picture of any license, and then it comes to licensing, and you also would involve in licensing in on anything that you come across as well, and then that would be you say, I think this premises should be called in for a review because I've got the evidence of this, this, and this. Okay.
Business. So do I understand, Haven, you give them a licence, they then can apply for extra licences. If they do that, are they duty bound to notify, or can they just apply to you guys and you give it to them?
They can apply, and as I've said, it is only the police or environmental protection that can object to them. If no comments come in from environmental health or the police, then yes, it's granted. That's not done at a committee decision, that's done at officer level. It only comes to us if there is any concerns around the police environmental protection. Okay. Right, I am going to now go to summing up, and this is going to be your final opportunity for you to give us any information that you feel that we need to know so we can make a fair and balanced decision today. I don't want anybody going away from here thinking they didn't have a fair hearing and that they'd wished that they'd covered something that they haven't. That, you know, that's not what it's about. I want everybody to know they had a fair hearing. Okay? I am going to sum up backwards, because I do. But like I said, it will slightly change at the end because I will leave the final summing up to our licensing team. Okay, so I will start with Mr. Walker. Do you have anything to add to summing up?
No further comment, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Garrett.
Mr. Yes. No further comment.
Thank you. Andrew?
No further comment, thank you.
Thank you very much. Rachel?
In their summing up, any councils where in the country where this licence has been rejected completely, and just to clarify that they mean no instruments, along, obviously there is such a huge amount of information here, but would be good to have a clarity on those two things. Thank you.
Are you happy to? Bear with me, so I'm working up my sheet backwards. Councillor O'Leary, do you have anything to add to summing up, please?
The thing I would say most of all is I think a tremendous amount of the concerns by residents could have been solved if you had a better level of community engagement and consultation with the surrounding area. I have grave concerns around the consistency of Haven's management on the site in terms of being able to deliver a consistent and orderly management of the conditions that you've put in place. And you have put a number of conditions in place, which I thank you for, and a number of them are very good. But I'm concerned around your ability and commitment as a very large company with a lot of changes that go on to deliver on those. And I think also you seem unwilling to compromise on the 11 o'clock, which I think is a very big mistake as well.
Thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Brown, do you have anything to add to summing up, please?
I didn't, but something has popped into my head. Does the Ed Sheeran Tribute Act play a guitar?
You can, yes. Yeah, are you happy with that? To be dealt with under summing up? Yeah, thank you. Mrs. Grant, do you have anything to add to summing up?
To add from me, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Rundle, did we have Mrs. Rundle here? No? Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Baker?
No, nothing more.
Thank you. Mr. Embley?
I referred to the lack of consultation in this particular application, and I'm afraid it's always been the case in my experience over the last 20-odd years, which I've been very interested in what's been going on, not just, to be fair, with Haven, but with other holiday park owners in the area. It's always a great concern that you find this sort of thing out by accident rather than by design. I would like to see a commitment, not only from Haven, but from all holiday park owners in the area, that if there's something which is going to affect me and hundreds, maybe thousands of other people in the Preston, Sutton Points environment, the environs, then they should be telling us about it, not relying upon a little notice on a fence next to the site within the holiday park. They should be publishing it, and it's not beyond their capability or their financial commitments to print a leaflet like our councillors have to do to make sure that we know something about it, sometimes far too late for other people to do something about it. I would like to see a commitment, if they really do care about their local people and the neighbours and the effect and the impact it's going to have on their lives, that they tell them about it. If they've got nothing to hide, and I think my friend just touched on this earlier on, if there's nothing to hide, if it's a good scheme, they will probably find that people will say, fine, go ahead with it. But a scheme like this, they won't. I would like to see a commitment, that an undertaking from Bourne Leisure, that in future they learn from this, that they don't let people find out by accident or by rumour or by hearsay or on the Facebook or whatever. In this case, that's what happened. That's why I was very late into this situation, and maybe lots of other people were as well. It's not good enough, I don't think, that an organisation the size of one of the biggest leisure companies in this country, that they can't be a little bit more committed to giving information and consulting with the public so that they can be honest and straightforward with people instead of trying to hide it.
Thank you very much. We don't have Councillor Dickinson from Weymouth Town Council. I don't believe you have anything summed up from Sue Moore. Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Robinson, do you have anything to add to summing up?
I need to concur with Mr. Emblin. It's laughable in this day and age that you have to look at a lamppost to find out. But nothing further, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
On the licensing, the officers have changed that now in response to partly on this, haven't they? To try and inform Dorset Council have changed their thing. We had an email from Aileen earlier in the week about trying to make sure that, trying to make sure that people are more informed of licensing applications. So there have been changes made.
Have been, yes, there have. But all of the paper licenses that are put up, they are put up in the places that they should be. It would be down to that. That's what we have to do by legally binding where we need to put our notices. It would actually be down to who is ever applying as to whether they wish to notify anybody any further. But as far as we're concerned for licensing, we do our due diligence on that one. Okay, thank you.
Technical question. Is the space more than 50 metres square? Is the space more than 50 metres square? Isn't it then that they have to advertise along the whole boundary if it's more than 50 metres square? Okay, thank you. Because that wasn't the case, thank you.
Mine's off.
Thank you, Chair. The regulations, as I understand them, and Mr Smith will probably correct me because obviously he is a licensing solicitor, if the whole of the premises abutted the highway, then you would have to have the notices along the highway every 50 metres. In this case, because the actual premises is contained within the whole site, you just actually technically need one notice on the site. Thank you.
We had 11 notices up, by the way, so we put, and we also put it in the Dorset Echo. So we had 11 notices up. We did send the photographs to the council as to where they were, so we went over and over. I think planning have to put one notice up, but we had 11 up.
Thank you. Okay, I will now move on to Mr Smith for your summing up, please.
I will be a little longer, but I'll try not to be too long. Just to clarify some points. So, yes, some of our holiday makers do come for the quiet enjoyment, and that's called the hideaway break. The hideaway break, so that's where you don't actually have the whole entertainment experience, and I've referred to that previously. You can't actually access the show bar and some of the more holiday makers, the swimming pool you can't get into. So you're there more for the hideaway break. It's called the hideaway break. You're quite right, of course. Somebody mentioned Butlins. Yes, we do, as a company, operate Butlins. Butlins is a completely different beast to what you've got here. It is where younger people would go, where groups of men and women go to have a good time, stag do's, etc. That is not what you have here. And of course, head office referred Rachel, if you don't mind me calling Rachel, to Butlins. In terms of the deliveries to the site as a result of this application, there will not be any more deliveries. There might be one, or there might be some extra bottles that come off, soft drinks, alcohol as a result of that, but there won't be more deliveries in terms of more lorries or vans that come to site. Just one correction, and I may be wrong on this, but I think one of the objectors said that virtually every household in Halstock Close had objected to this application. Now, some of the households don't have a number, don't have any address at all. I've counted 3 from Halstock Close. There's at least 33 houses on Halstock. It's just really a point of clarification, because if somebody's saying that in an open public forum, it should be correct. Now, there are some people who don't put their addresses down, so maybe the rest of them were all from Halstock. To answer a question, no applications for outdoor entertainment are being completely rejected by any councils. The Caister Bay, there was another question about the stage. The stage from Caister Bay actually faces in the opposite direction to the sea, so it actually faces away from the sea. And the reason that is it faces the complex, because you've got a cafe terrace area there where you can sit and watch what's going on the terrace. So it actually faces the opposite direction. It does not face towards the sea. In terms of the acoustic and the descriptions, there's both acoustic music and live music. So we do live music. There's no guitar. Ed Sheeran tribute does not have a guitar. He does if he's indoors, but he doesn't if he's outdoors. He relies upon a backing track. I think we've been accused of driving roughshod, and that we only did the noise assessment report upon receiving 160 objectors. The noise assessment report, as you can see from the dates that the first readings were done on site, was done on the 18th of May. That was 8 days before we submitted the application. And the conditions that are in the application about the limiter, all of those conditions were put in there before we lodged the application. We didn't rush and think, whoa, let's put all those conditions on under public nuisance because we've got 160 objectors. All of those were in the application on the 26th of May before the first person objected. We're happy to do letter drops certainly to Fisherbridge Road. We're going to be guided by you, councillors, because I think if we do some roads and not others, if you're minded to grant this, you tell us where, because if we do some roads and not others, I think we're just going to get into trouble for the people we don't let to drop. I'm sorry to leave that with you, but if you don't grant the application, you don't have to worry about that. If you do, then tell us where you'd like us to let a drop, or perhaps we send you the email and then you could forward it to the email addresses you already have. Our people have said, could you not tell us what's going on with your entertainment programme? That does change weekly, and it changes with the weather. So if you've got rain, we'll certainly not be doing something that somebody's expecting we should be doing. The I think it was a suggestion, the computer system that's used to project the noise levels, that was done by projecting the music going away from people's homes. I think we've already said before, it actually is done with the assumption the wind is blowing towards the homes. We're not a new business. Somebody said if this was a new business, you would be thinking of it as a new business. We're not a new business. We're actually a business that's already there on a land that is already there, owned by us without any objection from authorities who know us as a business. Entertainment of a like kind has been referred to as a bit vague. That's what the statute says, unfortunately, Councillor. So if we want it, we have to say entertainment of a like kind because that is one of the licensable activities. And a question was raised by Rachel about can the Workplace Regulations and Live Music Act apply outdoors? I just ask your solicitor to refer you to paragraph 16.31 and 16.43 of the guidance, so 1631 and 1643. That makes it quite clear the workplace can be outdoors and it can include beer gardens, which this is akin to. And also whether, there was a question raised whether we'd be committed to the conditions. Well, Licensing Committee, if you're minded to grant this application, conditions are conditions, and we don't have a choice. We have to observe those conditions, whether Doug's there or anybody else is there. So summing up, you've got the 4 licensing objectives, you've got your statement of licensing policy and the national guidance. Of course, all of the 4 licensing objectives are of equal importance, but the one, of course, that's really going to exercise your mind over the next few days is that of public nuisance. You could grant the whole application, you could refuse the whole application, you could grant some, you could grant amended hours, you could grant the container bar but not the stage, you could grant the stage but not the container bar. The beauty about the Licensing Act is there's a lot of flexibility there for you, of course, as long as your decision is appropriate, proportionate and reasonable. But please do bear in mind, we want, in a way, please do give us the licence, we'd like it, and you would be rest assured that those conditions are in place, enforceable, and we wouldn't have to rely upon either the Live Music Act or the temporary event notices. In terms of your statement of licensing policy, there's sections that deal with public nuisance. Paragraph 4.19 encourages applicants to have regard to the location of the premises. Well, we did that, and that's why we put the conditions forward, and also we put in the noise assessment report on the 18th of May. We're sorry we didn't go to the local councillors, and that's a lesson we'll take away from this site. And we should have done. And I suspect we'd still have got objections, but we may not have had as many objections, councillors. It recommends that we consult with the Environmental Health Officer, which we did, and we also consulted the police. Paragraph 4.22 mentions the council will consider if issues are relevant to public nuisance can be dealt with by necessary and proportionate conditions. Well, you have those in the application. There's been no comment or amendment made or additions from Environmental Health. And of course, it quite rightly points out, as some of the residents have pointed out as well, that there is a need to balance the rights of local residents and those who run a business. That's just the same as the Human Rights Act as well, that you have to have that balancing exercise. Do please think about the national guidance, paragraph 9.12, and that is there's no police representation. Now that's particularly relevant, I guess, to the container bar. And the police, of course, should be your main source of advice on crime and disorder, and that is taken from the national guidance 9.12. Paragraph 9.15 is very similar in terms of entertainment, that it mentions the police should make a representation on concerns of crime and disorder and environmental protection where there are concerns of nuisance, but you have representation from neither here. And then, of course, it's in your report, paragraphs 9.43 and 9.44, that your decision will be evidence-based. It's not about the number of objectors, it's about the evidence before you. And for you to consider what can you do to promote the licensing objectives. Do you have to reject the application in its entirety? Or will it still promote the licensing objectives for you to grant it subject to the conditions and hours we've put forward? So it's not all for nothing. Let's just reject this. Is it proportionate? Is it reasonable and appropriate we grant with the conditions we've put forward? And there's a lot of mitigation in there for you councillors, noise limits, there's noise monitoring, there's telephone numbers, and we will, as I said, seek your guidance as to what you would like to do with the publication of the contact details. So on the balance of probabilities, can you grant the application? I say you can, councillors. And as you've already alluded to very clearly, that this isn't the end of the story, of course. If we do cause a nuisance, we can be called in for a review. The limiter will be fitted with environmental health, environmental protection, and we put a condition in there that if environmental protection tells us to turn it down, we turn it down. There's a power of review, but not only that, and this would also apply for any resident playing music in their back garden, you could also, under the Noise Act, issue fixed penalty notice and seize equipment, so you could seize the whole stage, take it all away, or, of course, a noise abatement notice, which is very serious, and that can lead to prosecution and an unlimited fine. So it is a balancing exercise for you. It's a large investment for my client to risk £1 million over to just throw it all away by then ignoring the conditions on the licence. As the reputational angle, Haven have 38 caravan parks. They are very well known as a brand. They need to live with the residents and need to make sure that we are doing everything we can to make sure that the business we'd like to run there does so, but does so without disturbance under the Licensing Act, councillors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe on the back of your summing up that councillors might have a couple of more questions. Okay?
Thank you, Chair. It's not so much on the back of the questions, but recalling what the residents have said. There's just a couple of things I'd like clarifying. I see that what's the situation with toilets on the site down there? And will you be doing deposits on the polycarbonate glasses? Because there was a comment from the residents that the glass and plastic may be thrown away and end up floating down the river. And with deposits, you would encourage return. Thank you.
To answer the first, councillors, we're looking at bringing portable toilets in on a trailer that you can bring in and then bring off. So there'll be portable temporary measure with the toilets. On the glassware, I can hear a frantic discussion going on behind me. I'm not entirely convinced it's relevant to the 4 licensing objectives, but it has been raised by one of the residents. So I'm not single use. They're not single use glasses, is what I can advise. Does that mean you'll have a deposit on them?
We're not having a deposit on them.
We're not having a deposit, but they're not single use glasses, so they will be reusable. Okay. I guess somebody could take them with them then, couldn't they? Back to their caravan is what it's going to mean. It doesn't look like we're going to put a deposit on them, but I guess people could take them back to their caravan, but they're not the single use type, which should concern you.
Well, for residents, I do welcome the use of polycarbonate glasses. They do reduce the risk of harm to anybody should an incident take place, and it's a shame that they're not used throughout the licensing industry.
If I could just add, on our outdoor terrace, we use polycarbonate glasses for the very reason that we have a sand play area for children at the bottom, and the last thing we want to do is have broken glass that can then go into a sand pit and we lose the glass and only discover it due to injury. So it's the same principle. We don't tend to lose glasses from the terrace. They're left there for us to collect, and we will make sure there's a provision for collection.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your summing up, which was very useful. I think the one thing we take away from this, and you will take away, is communication is paramount, and everybody has said that. And there are all sorts of ways that we can do it, and we can use the old-fashioned letter drop. You could go out and shout it with a loudspeaker, although I don't recommend that. So there are lots of ways. And I would suggest that whatever decision we make today, that you do take that on board. I am absolutely sure that Councillor O'Leary will be writing something in the local magazine that goes into most houses in Preston, but I suggest you do as well, and you do that regularly. Those houses that don't receive it, it's available online to people as well. So it's a great way of contacting not just Fisher Bridge or Halstock, but the whole of Preston, and I think it goes to Sutton Points as well. So you're covering a huge area there. So I do recommend that you use that, but I wonder also whether you shouldn't have some sort of local news on your website so that residents can access that and find out what you're doing, because clearly so much could have been avoided today had that information been out there. It might be nice to say how much you enjoy the bell ringing and have that there. So people who are booking your caravans, if they hate church bells, I find that hard to believe, but if they hate church bells, they wouldn't move there. And we've all heard the story of somebody who's bought a house next to a church and then complained that the bells ring. Don't buy a house next to a church if you don't like church bells. Similarly, we all hear noise when we're in our gardens, and we will immediately attribute it to the local entertainment venue. I live between 2 clubs and a caravan park, and when I'm in my garden, I always blame one of those. And later I see on Facebook that actually it was somebody who lived in such and such who was having a whale of a time, and it had nothing to do with those entertainment things. So we have to take these things on board, and we have to live and let live. And I say this to residents. It might not always be the caravan park. It might be that those kids down the road whose mum and dad are away. So, bear that in mind when you're doing that. But we all suffer from that from time to time. Councillor Parker mentioned the reviews, and I can't emphasise that strongly enough. You have the opportunity to ask for a review, speak to environmental health, get them to mention it, because the last thing in the world that the applicant wants is for this to come back to review. The last thing we want is for it to come back to a review, to be perfectly honest. We have other things that we have to deal with. But if you have a problem, that's your avenue. And as you're told, 28 days, we can have another hearing. They don't want that. It's in their interests to make sure that you're happy. So, it sits with you to do that. If you, and I'm sure you won't mind me inviting residents, because you want to live happily with them. So just communicate more with each other, I suggest, and you can all get on very, very happily, because our lives have changed post-COVID. We entertain ourselves, we enjoy ourselves, and we have our holidays in different ways now. And like it or not, we have to learn to live with those ways. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. The only thing I would add is on the conditions. I would like to have seen in there with the where you have the keeping records for a certain amount of time. With you've got a few in there that say that you keep records for 12 months, and they will be, should the licensing team need them or to see them as well, that they've been there. It's the refusal of the serve of alcohol. I'd like to see those records, or even on your current license now, to be kept for sort of 12 months, if not longer.
It's fine.
Okay, thank you. I will now move on to Aileen for summing up. Aileen.
Thank you, Chair. I don't intend to do any summing up at all. I just wanted to reassure the residents that the conditions, if you grant a licence, will be rigorously enforced, and we will be only too pleased to go down and visit the caravan site to make sure that they are adhering to all their conditions. So I would urge residents, if they have any problems, to get in touch with us, and we will take those concerns to the park.
Thank you, Aileen. Okay. I am now going to bring this meeting to a close. We will go into an exempt session, and that's when we will have the discussion to make our decision. I will just check with our legal advisor now that we've covered all relevant legal aspects of the hearing.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Once we've made our decision, the decision notice will be coming out to you via email. Is it going to be emailed to everybody, yeah?
Chair, we will post it out to those few people who made representations by post, otherwise it will be by email.
So decision notice will come out in 5 working days. The reason I want a clarification on that is because sometimes it is sent out in the post. Once you've received that, that will give you full details of the decision that we made today. Can't guarantee the decision will be made today. It might be made tomorrow. It just depends. We've got a lot to discuss. Once our decision's been made and you've received the email, you then have a right to appeal, and that appeal, you have a right to appeal to Weymouth Magistrates Court within 21 days of receiving that decision notice. Is everybody happy with that? Okay. Can I have a vote to go into exempt business, please?
Oh, we go to exempt business.
Okay, I declare this meeting closed. I would just like to thank everybody for attending today, and thank you for your patience because it has been a really hot, long day. But thank you very much. Thank you all. Appreciate your time.